Thank you for coming for this workshop for the wrap-up of the focus group work and the launch or the preparations for the next step for the work on AI for health.
Recording in progress.
First, I apologize for the delay in the start. There was a little bit of a mix-up. The first 2 days we started 9:30, and we changed this to maximize time to 9 o'clock. But not everyone was aware of that we started 9 o'clock. So, all right. Having said that, my name is Simão Campos. I have been the secretary for the focus group for these 5 years that the group has worked. And I would like to really welcome you to this day that we're going to review in a can what we have done in 5 years very quickly, and then to share ideas of what the global initiative lays for us in the afternoon. So without more than that, I'd like to maybe just let Samir say a few words, introductory words, and then we go straight to the first panel that is more substantive. Thank you.
Thank you, Simão. Good morning, everyone. Again, apologies on behalf of us here. My name is Samir Pujari. I'm with the World Health Organization, Vice Chair of the Focus Group, and really excited. I mean, been associated for the last, we were just thinking this morning, it's 5 years, almost exactly that we have been doing this, and this group has grown in size and strength. So looking forward to the next stage. We will strengthen the work on the workshops because this has been a great asset for these discussions, and we got a lot of new ideas coming in through the workshops. So looking forward to the sessions. I'd rather shut up right now and let the clever people come and talk as we start off. So, Thomas, what do you?
Yeah, good morning. My name is Thomas Wiegand. If I was so clever, I was here in time. So here we go. So let me start by giving you an overview presentation of the focus group, and then we will bring in the chairs of all the working groups and the topic groups, and you'll understand, hopefully after my presentation, what working groups and topic groups have been in this context. And so let me see that I can share. Yeah. All right, so there's a big shortage of health workers, and this is one of the problems that we face to accomplish universal health care. And we have AI on the other hand, which can have a very substantial positive impact. And for instance, you will see some examples in those topic groups that we will be presenting. One of the big promises is that we can extend the scope of practice of healthcare professionals. In one of our meetings, we came across a small town, 50,000 people. They had one doctor. That was the entire medical supply. And to help those nurses, giving them more scope of practice with AI is one of the big things that we saw. But there are problems associated with that. There's a big question of trust in AI. And this is how we started that work of the focus group. We wanted to come up with a process that allows you to have quality assurance of AI solutions. And we at the beginning thought that it's just a numbers game where we do benchmarking on the server and be done, but it's way more complicated than that, as we found out. So another big challenge in this context is also the problem has many facets, and we had to bring in the people necessary to address those and the expertise in this field. So the focus group ended up consisting of people from medicine, machine learning, public health, government, regulation, ethics, and research in other areas like economics, etc. And so this multidisciplinary approach turned out to be very important to accomplish what we set out to accomplish. So we then reformulated the aim of the focus group. And so we wanted to document best practices, establish standards, and then another big aspect came into play, which is enablement. We wanted to enable people around the world to create AI for health. And we want to lower the hurdle that comes with that. The hurdle comes with access to data. It comes with access to programs, to solutions, to things that they would need to get going with the AI for health. And so we then descended on these three goals. The focus group itself contained, as I mentioned, the members were experts from around the globe. The leadership consisted of my esteemed Vice Chair, Samir Pujari, Stephen Ibaraki, sitting here in the front row, and some other vice chairs listed here. We held 19 meetings. So the focus group hasn't grown up being a teenager. And so our next meeting will be the 20th, so to say, and it will be basically moving from being a teenager to becoming an adult in its 20th meeting. And we'll see what we can do as adults at this time. As you saw, we met all around the world, and one of the things that we also did was in autumn 2019, we figured that it's important for inclusion to go online. And so we went online half a year before COVID came as a focus group. And that turned out to be actually very efficient. Actually, we became more efficient during COVID because people suddenly had more time to participate in their voluntary work. We also had support financially from Fondation Botnar. They provided us travel funds for the workshops and the meetings so that we be even more inclusive with our work. So the key approach is we create documentations and guidelines. We then, everything that can be mapped into software, we also make available as software. This is a key learning. In order to have easy adoption and mass adoption, you have to have software that represents whatever document you're looking at. And then we worked on implementation and scale up so that whatever we produce in this group gets brought outside of this group. And so I want to go through ABC in the next slides. The documentation and guidelines were created by our working groups. They are dedicated to overarching matters that affect more or less all AI for health topics. And those AI for health topics would be, for instance, identifying malaria on samples or doing histopathology and identifying tumor cells or symptom assessment or dental work, etc. But the working groups looked at stuff that is across all of these topic groups. And they created best practices and reference documents. And so with this working groups creating these tools like an ethics guideline, a regulatory guideline, a clinical evaluation guideline, we saw how this could be applied to all those topic groups. And the topic groups then were supposed to apply them and report back how good these documents are working for them. Then those documents can be improved, topic groups can readjust, etc. So this way, we iterated between a working group, that provides, for instance, regulatory guidelines, and a topic group that implements a certain AI for health topic. We produced, I think the 1,000 plus pages is old. I think it's 2,000 plus pages of standardization and guidance. We have the WHO ethics and governance of AI for health published, common unified terms, technical test specifications. The regulatory concepts appeared. The clinical evaluation is being looked at, data annotation, etc., etc. On the topic groups, we looked at 24 health use cases. Some of them were very active, brought together 20. So, for instance, the topic group on symptoms brought together 22 companies in symptom assessment using an app. The dental topic group brought together more than 100 dentists around the world and actually has started creating a series of workshops. And they are actually running in parallel to us currently on the dental workshop. And so then the next big thing that we looked at was the software assessment platform, where we would allow AI for health projects to bring their data, their software, but we would also have secret data that they wouldn't be seeing. And they could train the model, they could submit the model, they would be able to test with the data they couldn't see, and then receive an evaluation. And that is part of our open code initiative that Mark Lecoultre is sharing. Second row, he will talk as well. We then expanded it, and it has become quite a big project. I'm trying to be a bit faster because I was a bit late. And we also looked at AI auditing to help people to bring forward their AI for health projects. We have an auditing mechanism published about that and create good best practices on how to audit artificial intelligence for health top projects. We then reached out, and Andrew Farlow, fourth row, he's going to talk about our outreach program. We create webinars with multiple thousands of listeners. I think we create about 30 webinars, a number of workshops co-organized. We invited people from all around the world to our workshops. We published about the work, and that is the quick run through as an overview of what we are doing. With regards to what we're going to do next, the global initiative, I think I'll give my 5-minute speech, my revised 5-minute speech, at the beginning of the session this afternoon of session 3. Okay, so this morning is about showing everybody what we did in the focus group. Are there any questions? I'm sure there are, but let's get started with a deep dive into these multiple topics. So who's next?
So thanks very much. My name is Roth Malpani. I work with Andreas Reis, who actually manages this the subgroup on ethics of AI for health. And so I'm going to talk both about the work that we've been doing over the last few years, and depending on how much time we have looking ahead. How much time do we have about to do?
Try to do 5.
5 minutes? Okay. So sorry, next slide.
Thanks.
So yeah, I think as just was mentioned, 2 years ago now, we published guidance trying to look at the ethics and governance of AI for health. And this sort of provides an overview of what the publication includes. And so I'll just quickly run through some elements of that, as well as looking ahead. Next slide. And one of the things that's critical to how the WHO develops ethics guidance, as well as the work we do at the ITU, is to make sure that we are really bringing together a diversity of expertise and individuals from around the world. So, you know, both in terms of what people do and also where they come from, and also on the basis of gender and ethnicity. And so this was the working group that has participated in the development of the ethics guidance and continues to work with us today. Just next slide. So the bedrock of the work was really trying to identify what we consider to be the key ethical challenges that would have to be addressed in order to ensure that we maximize the benefits from artificial intelligence. And so I won't have the time to run through this, but this really sort of, I think is important just because it both speaks to the general concerns that we may have, but also speaks specifically as you start looking at the different use cases of AI for health. Or I think we are off the slides. No stress. And so as you'll see in the publication, it runs through these different areas and tries to speak to why these are a concern and also what are some of the ways in which these are already being addressed. Next slide. And so then what we wanted to do was to come up with a set of principles, essentially, to be able to really provide guidance and a framework for thinking about how to deal with these issues that emerge, both practically in terms of what programmers and designers should do, but also ultimately through regulation and through laws. And there are many different principles out there. And so I think one of the reasons that this was important was really for the WHO to be able to provide what it considered to be the ones that are most consistent with maximizing the public interest and also ensuring that we're reducing the potential harms that emerge. And again, this includes, for example, ensuring that we protect autonomy, so ensuring that we keep humans at the center of knowledge production and also ensuring that we maintain privacy and confidentiality, that we ensure that ultimately how these technologies are being used are ultimately safe and effective and consistent with the public interest, to ensure that we know what the ingredients are that are going into artificial intelligence and also ensuring that people understand how they work to the extent that it is possible to do so, to ensure that we are able to assign responsibility and accountability. There are many different participants, of course, in the development of artificial intelligence technologies, and we want to ensure that we can assign responsibility and also when there are errors or ultimately harms that we can also determine where those lie and to ensure that we have redress, to ensure that we're addressing bias, so that we are de-biasing artificial intelligence technologies to make sure that they maximize their benefits for all and ultimately are equitable. And then as we know that there are some concerns in terms of how artificial intelligence has an environmental impact and also the disruptions it may cause, for example, to the workplace and to health systems. So really ensuring that AI is responsive and sustainable to these wider societal concerns. Next slide. And then ultimately, we also came up then with a series of recommendations that really help to determine how to govern AI for health. And as we know, this is still very much an area under development. There are already some laws and regulations in place, whether for data protection or, for example, to regulate medical devices or to assign liability. But there are also many areas which continue to remain untouched and poorly understood. And therefore, what the group wanted to do is to provide some initial guidance as to what governments, companies, and others could do to help effectively govern the use of these technologies. Next slide. So just in terms of after the guidance has come out, what we've really tried to focus on is ensuring that we can disseminate the guidance widely and to ensure that it can be used very practically. So one of the areas of work has been to develop an online curriculum that really helps to explain the AI ethics guidance in a way that sort of improves understanding and usability. And that has been very widely used. So there's already 13,000 users that have completed the course. We've held regional workshops in different regions and will continue to do so this year in order to work with governments and also with civil society to think through what these ethical guidelines mean within their own local context. We've also tried to participate in different discussions convened by technology companies that are trying to grapple with these issues. And then ultimately, global health is ultimately not only sort of the province of governments and the WHO, but a lot of other global health agencies that are now trying to make practical use of these AI technologies from the ground up and from the top down. There's also a lot of additional work that has to be done in order to develop new knowledge around this area. So whether thinking about how artificial intelligence, for example, is used in health financing, in surveillance. So we know with COVID-19, artificial intelligence technology started to be used very widely, or for example, in reproductive health, which can raise some important uses, but also some significant concerns if we want to think about what this means for women's reproductive rights. We're also in the process of developing a new curriculum that is meant to really provide more of a pedagogical approach for designers and programmers to think about how to integrate ethics and governance into their own design of AI health technologies. And then we are completing now 2 additional areas of work around large language models and also the use of AI in pharmaceutical research and development. Next slide. And I don't think I have time probably to go into the future ones, so I should stop there.
I think so.
Okay, that's it. So thank you very much.
Well,
Oh, sorry.
are there questions? Please.
Yeah, you briefly touched upon the issue of demographic bias. I was interested if you could expand a little bit on that, because it has several implications in terms of benchmarking and adjustment. I mean, setting thresholds for systems that are deployed. Can you expand a little bit on that, on what are your objectives and where do you want to go? Thank you.
Sure. So I think that the work that we have done is really trying to surface the different ways in which this is a concern and where it is a concern. So number one, obviously, first looking at the area, the extent to which we see bias in data, the extent to which we see a lack of diversity amongst those who are designing and training algorithms, and then ultimately the contextual bias, which actually I think from a health-related perspective is not the most important, but perhaps is the one that can be ignored, that AI technologies are ultimately tested and deployed in one context and then are simply just dropped into other contexts in which they're inappropriate. We've also tried to focus much more on areas that I think have tended to have less, let's say, publicity. So we also developed separate guidance around examples of how artificial intelligence could either curb or exacerbate ageism. To the extent we know that older persons are actually the largest consumers of healthcare, both in terms of resources and also in terms of need, what we know is that a lot of AI technologies are ultimately not being developed in ways that are consistent with their needs, with the data that they may be, that may represent their actual demographics, and actually in ways that would ensure that it's actually assisting older persons and not actually controlling or actually creating more problems. I think this is also an issue that probably sits across each of the different technical groups. So I'll stop there.
All right, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Shara on regulatory conservation.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Pardon my weird voice today, but I hope you can hear me well. Today, I would like to present the main message that we try to convey to the audience when it comes to the work that we've done in regulatory considerations working group. I wanted to briefly introduce why, the rationale, the who, and the what. Before I give you a snapshot of the main recommendations, just like the ethics one, that actually establishes the right dialogue between the different stakeholders in that space to bridge a gap. Now, health is all about people, and we recognize as WHO and ITU that there are challenges when it comes to the when it comes to making sure that the regulators and developers speak the same language, or at least they are able to help each other to speed up the approvals of AI-based systems in the health that are meant to be used in the healthcare space. Now, regulators, they mean or they aim to make sure that the AI-based systems for health are safe and effective, and also they are delivered and accessible to be delivered. They are delivered to be accessible in a timely manner to those who need them mostly. However, I think a lot of people in the room and the lawyers in our working group and the regulators, they agree that the pace or the rate when technology is advancing actually doesn't match the law, and it is really difficult for the law to catch up. And according to some estimations based on articles, that it is a 5-year gap between technology and the law to catch up. So we're trying to bridge a gap where we can establish the right dialogue and conversation between the different stakeholders, mainly the developers and the regulators in this particular deliverables. Now, allow me to highlight who was involved in this working group, where they come from, and their perspectives and the voices that they bring across. As WHO and ITU, UN agencies, we try to represent the 6 different regional offices. And so we had 50 different members, bringing different reviewers, external experts, and also we included regional offices staff members who could really bring the voices of such regions and country offices that they serve. They represent 28 different countries across the globe, and this map shows the percentage. The maximum number of members in a particular country is 10, and we had a lot of countries with 1 representative who brings that voice across. We try to be as inclusive as possible. Those different members, 37% of those are actually regulatory agencies, and I can't remember the academic institutes, but I think they're less than that. Allow me to, well, actually it doesn't show here. So let me go back to share screen. But the majority of those people were actually representing different regulatory agencies from those countries, and academic institutes and research centers, whether they're center of excellencies, whether they're universities from the different countries. Also, we had 9% of those members were representative of member states as MOH, or Ministries of Health. And also, we had 17% of them representing the different regional offices, their staff representing those regions' needs. And a lot of the changes, or let's say the edits, were actually reflecting the different needs in that across the regions. And last but not least, we also had 6% of those actually representing social advocacy groups. Now, I'll come to the main recommendations and the scope of this document. It is mainly about AI-based systems, and it's mainly about, if it mentions medical devices, then it's software as medical device. It doesn't include any hardware within the scope of this. Now, we wanted this to be the resource that can help establish the dialogue that I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, that brings together regulators, developers, and other stakeholders to speed up the approval of AI solutions, models, systems, or tools that are used in that space. So we couldn't actually include everything, but it was a starting point that covers the key main concepts in that space, in regulations for AI for health. And so it is an overview of non-inclusive key regulatory considerations that we hope that would help initiate that dialogue and bridge the gap that we identified, bringing all of those different members together. We provide 18 different recommendations that are classified, or they discuss 6 different topic areas. And these topic areas were identified by the members as the main concepts, or let's say areas that are essential for establishing this dialogue. The first one is documentation and transparency. The second one is about risk management and artificial intelligence-based systems, development life cycle approaches. The third is about analytical and clinical validation, and there is a working group mainly focusing on that particular topic area. The fourth topic area is data quality. It was a very important area to discuss and have a deep dive on that particular topic in the document, and explain all of the categories or that would consider data a good quality. Also, engagement and collaboration. That was one topic that was challenging in this space because a lot of countries have regulations. But when it comes to an internation and cross-nations one and cross-borders one, engagement and collaboration was a topic that surfaced. And it was important to highlight how we can build ecosystems that can bring all the stakeholders from the different regions to represent the population that are intended or targeted for the AI model or system. Last but not least, in every technology topic, there's always the data protection and privacy as key area that needs to be considered, especially here that we're talking about cross-border jurisdictions that are involved in the application of the AI system. I'm not going to go through all of the 18 different ones due to time limitation. However, I'll give you one recommendation. I picked just randomly one recommendation of each of the 6 ones, but the total is actually 18 different recommendations. In relation to documentation and transparency, it was important to recommend developers and regulators to consider pre-specifying and documenting the intended purpose and development process, such as its selection, use of data set. This is generic in the documentation. It includes everything related to the development process. Also the parameters, the matrix, any deviation from the original plans. A lot of software engineers and information systems developers, they know that normally you start with a plan, especially if we're following an agile approach. Then it is most likely you end up with a product that is completely different than the one that you planned for based on the client's needs. So it is important to document that and how that changed from the original plans. Also, any updates that happened during that development process. In relation to risk management and artificial intelligence system development lifecycle approaches, we recommended considering a total product lifecycle approach throughout all of the phases of the life of the medical device. Now, this is for the development of the AI model. However, it is also important to consider the pre-market, which is the main one that most developers focus on, but also post-market and change management. Any adverse events that happen, any changes, any needs that were reflected, any, for example, advancement that happened to the AI model, extension to other populations, and retraining and fine-tuning to other populations. This should be provided and documented properly to all stakeholders. So people who use the AI model want to purchase it, they need to make sure that they understand the scope and they don't choose the wrong solution for the right problem. And I remember going presenting at a conference where there were nurses and doctors, and they really needed to understand one fundamental thing. What do they need to know before they go and purchase an AI solution for their practice? So it's important that these things are documented when they read through that before making an informed decision about the solution. In relation to analytical and clinical validation, it was important to consider providing transparent documentation of the intended use. The intended use came across most of the topic areas, because it is important to know exactly what is the purpose and the intended use of the AI system that is being developed and being regulated, or let's say approved by regulators. And that's from the analytical clinical validation, that's from documentation. So it has to be clear and transparently documented. And this goes back to also the data set composition, the sizing, the population, the input data and the output data, the demographic composition, and all of those details that normally people working on that model would they consider, but normally they don't document it. When it comes to data quality, we recommended considering the very first obvious question: whether the data available is actually sufficient for to support the development of AI system. And a lot of the solutions that we find, even in research articles, they do not provide enough details about the data that have been provided. And a lot of those who claim that they're going to make it available for research development, they don't make it available after publication. Although they promise so. So it is important to document sufficiently the data quality and whether it meets specific criteria that we have in the documentation that can give you good quality. And it brings across all of the regions good practice or best practice, good practice, because we still don't have best practices yet, but what they think about good practices when it comes to data quality of AI development solutions. When it comes to collaboration and engagement, it was also important to recommend considering streamlining the oversight process of AI regulations. Now we have cross-border regulations, and this is discussed in the next topic area. However, who is actually oversighting, who has having that role within a collaboration consortium? So it's important because they're going to be the data and the guardians of such ecosystem, making sure that the regulations are actually covering the jurisdictions involved and the population targeted. And so it is important to do that through engagement and collaboration to potentially accelerate practice-changing advances in AI to the user community. Last but not least is privacy and data protection. And in that, we provided, I think, 4 recommendations. One of them was about gaining a good understanding of the applicable data protection regulations. And I know that regulations change, the gap according to some of the articles. They claim it's 5-year gap, but still by the time we were actually landscaping this topic area, there were 130 different regulations and laws included globally, voiced by the members of this working group. And today they're completely different. And actually a lot of them are a lot of new laws from even countries that never had any considerations for governance and AI and data protection had also laws that needs to be considered, and also implementation, for those regulations. And the data space, share space. There are all very important regulations to consider. So it's important to document which regulations are involved and how you comply with that. Another recommendation that is relevant to data protection is what is the compliance program, to establish a compliance program to those regulations that are documented and listed as the key ones. And a lot of times they actually contradict. So it's very important to consider that. And giving this deliverable to regulations, they should consider from now on that multiple or several regulations will be involved. So it's important to even provide recommendations regarding how regulations can all work together in one development. So that brings me to the end of the main recommendations. And again, it's all about, health is all about people. And we're trying to allow, through these deliverables and the focus group and the global initiative, to empower people, let AI empower people rather than to become a burden. And we are facilitating the use of AI in a secure and effective manner. Now, I'm hoping that we can get a lot of collaboration and from people in this room and beyond to help us really advance and bring more challenges across and voice that in our other deliverables and also the advancement of such deliverables. Now, we tried after having this document or publication or guidance.
Just wrap up quickly, if you may. Sorry.
Sure. That we communicate that exactly like the ethics through an online course and also by going to the regions and implement that with member states. And so in July, we're aiming for South Africa to deliver an AI for health, focusing also on the ethics, governance, and regulations to Afro-region member states. And also hopefully at the end, and launching this application, and hopefully In September, we launched the online course that provides a guidance on how to move forward, and this should impact all the different stakeholders within that ecosystem, whether regulators, patients, researchers, vendors. So the impact is actually beyond just the mentioned stakeholders. Thank you very much, and apologies for the long presentation.
It's easy to tell your enthusiasm despite your voice and wanting to bring it all across. How many pages does the document have?
Last time I checked, 55.
And I think this was the
I
first.
can tell you how many words.
And this was the first time we brought regulators together on AI from all continents, representing more than half of the world's population. So we are very proud of this work. Shada, thank you so much.
I know this is a burning topic with member states. Are there any quick questions? Two questions? Yes, please.
Yes, I unfortunately I'm going to have to leave for some meetings, but I chair the ACM Professional Development Group, and we're the largest computing nonprofit organization in the world. Our audience is about 3 million. And as I chair the professional development, each one of these presentations are great. I think we could embed it into our, what we call our tech talks or Bytecast series and so on, and maybe even get some of these into our journal as well, our main flagship journal, which is an audience of about 1 million. So if all of the presenters, if they can get in touch with me if they're interested, and then because I chair this group, which is responsible education, I'm happy to try to get this out to our base of about 4 million developers, right? So.
Perfect. Yeah, we'll get in touch with you then. Perfect.
That's a great thing, yeah.
So our next presentation is by Mark and Ferhat.
While Mark is setting up, I just want to mention also that there are a lot of participants online. So please feel free to send a message on the chat introducing yourself so that you know. So it's not just a physical community here, but also virtual communities, and also for people who are here, if you want to highlight yourself so we know who's in the room, the different range and expertise. And we are cutting short on the questions, but there will be some time. Some of the speakers will also be having discussions this afternoon in the panels. We'll have some time. Over to you, Mark and Ferhat.
Thank you very much. So we have the pleasure now to introduce the working group on data and AI solution handling with my colleague Ferhat. This is about the work that we did during the 5 in there. But if you look at it in a straight line, you start with some data acquisition. Then you need to store those data somewhere. You need to annotate those data to be able to do training on those data. And then providing an assessment to look if the AI algorithm is fit for purpose and respected all the ethical and governance consideration that were mentioned just before our speech. And then ending with a report helping for the regulatory the regulatory body to check if the AI is actually good enough. But what is important is that throughout this process, data plays a central role in the development lifecycle, and requiring obviously careful handling at every stage, including the management of the models in the later stages. But however, navigating through data privacy regulation can be cumbersome. And to address those challenges, we made the decision to decentralize the data processing and bring it closer to where the data is stored. And we did this by utilizing the principle of data mesh. We are now developing a blueprint for a data hub that can be implemented in any location where data exists. And this blueprint is independent of any cloud provider and can also be installed on premises as well. So similar to a fractal, those data hubs have the potential to interconnect and create a worldwide network of data hubs and offer a federated data catalog to look for the different data set available, but also privacy preserving federated learning that we will describe in the following slides. Maybe.
Oh, hello everyone. My name is Ferhat. I'm going to talk about the health-related data, data analysis, and the platform that we are trying to build for collecting data around the world. So the approach that we have been is built on the data governance model that include collecting data from different locations and places. The data schema model and metadata is key to this process. It's allowed to discover the data and what are the content in different places. So the system that we have built also allow to quantify the quality of the data and to allow for certain validation at the data raw level already. Of course, the scalability and security are key elements. The goal is to build real-world descriptions of the data in different domain and subdomain and category that people can navigate and find the data that are interested for their use cases. So to take an example, for example, you might be interested in disease that relates to blood pressure. The data can be collected either from electronic health record or from wearable. These are two sources of data evidence that can be included in the model and tested empirically. The idea by integrating data from multiple countries is to have a diverse representation of the different populations. So in terms of question and experimentation that can be asked, this is much more broader than the current studies and research. This provides also a better understanding of rare disease because you can collect small data sets from different places, and obviously you can address global health issue by having this global and federated distributed approach. You can also assess elements that are cross-country, like socioeconomic factors, risk factors, environmental factors, and other cultural factors by doing this approach. The adaptation to local regulatory requirements is also much easier because you handle the data management locally. The approach is to build multiple stack layers that start with the pre-processing of the data that happen locally, and through the data mesh process to create data domain and data products. And every data owner is responsible to make this data available and usable by other people. And we put a system in place, and to the level where we create these federated models. And the discussion what we had about the use of these federated models is that this model, in one end, one of the outputs is a global model, but that results from the aggregation of the different data. But at the local data as well, you will have a local model that is informed by the rest of the data set. So it's not an average model, but data is a model which is informed by what's happening with the other data set. So the process include building this platform, but also implement the security and privacy measures and adaptation to local regulation requirements.
And all those concepts have materialized into a platform. We call it the Open Code Initiative platform from the ITU that provides the different features that we mentioned earlier. And the product vision that we have described here on the slides, so it's meant for AI companies and regulators who need to prove that the health AI product is fit for purpose. And this platform is a software platform that supports the end-to-end process for building and assessing health AI algorithms on a global level. And unlike these platforms that you found out there that are more targeted to a leaderboard, we have built this platform focused especially on healthcare, and we cover additional aspects, as earlier mentioned, including ethics and governance. ground truth annotation, data and meta management, and reporting for health AI regulators. And here we just have a few print screen that shows how we integrated with different partners, providing UI to annotate the data, for instance, or to create AI-based pre-annotation tools that they integrate into our platform. If you want to reach us, we have everything available on GitHub and some other email contact if you would like. And with this, we are concluding our presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mark and Farhad. Any questions from the floor or online? Thanks, Mark. This is, sorry, any questions? Yes, please, Andre.
Right, thank you very much. Very interesting. What does it take to use your platform?
Great question.
That was an easy one.
So, I mean, if you want to use the setting that we have currently, so we are hosting it at ITU on AWS. So this one is ready to use. But if you would like to install it on your premise, then actually you need a Kubernetes cluster, and it's all Docker-based.
I'm sorry, I thought somebody else was speaking. Yeah, so just to follow up, but is there a cost associated with it? That's my question. So if I want to use your platform in your Kubernetes cluster, do I have to pay for it, or is it like free?
No, so today there's
What is the business model around it?
No, today there's no cost to it. Yeah.
One of the products of the focus group, outcome of the focus group for now, as it's working. So I think we're trying to make more and more of these products. This was one of the unique sort of outcomes of this focus group, which came out nurtured. We want to develop some more of these kinds as we go forward and see the value of this one. So, but very open to having more people use it if there's interest. Let me go to Ricardo and then I'll come to you. May I request you to please introduce yourself? I probably know a lot of you guys, but please.
Thank you. My name is Ricardo Leite. I'm the recently appointed CEO at IDARE, the International Digital Health and Artificial Intelligence Collaborative. Thank you for the interesting presentation. It's a very sensitive topic, particularly with our collaboration in low and middle income countries. The issue of data sovereignty has been raised systematically. And you mentioned multiple times data collection. And so if you could clarify what that data collection actually entails, if there's a centralization of data, have you considered also the usage of AI to extract information without having to extract data from the local partners you're working with? These would be the main key issues that I think need to be addressed also from the ethical standpoint, dealing with low and middle income countries. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. What maybe we went too fast. So the thing that we try to propose is a distributive and collaborative approach. Technically, is around federated learning, but not only, because it entails also collaboration with the local data team to annotate the data, to do the pre-processing. And at no point let's say the raw data are exchanged from the premises, so they don't leave. What the system is trying to learn is a model, and only model parameter are exchanged through the use of, as you say, of AI algorithm.
I live mine of the One Goal Initiative. I just wanted to ask, can you please put your emails back on screen, the previous slide? Thank you. I'll just take a picture.
Oh, thank you. Hi, I'm Kalindi, a software engineer at Bitfarm. And I was wondering, it's a sub-question to the other question, is the data in a cloud or is it stored locally? Thank you.
So the data are stored locally. So you, from the there's a central hub where the metadata are stored. So a typical use case will be you enter the data hub. You want to do a study on blood pressure or cognitive process, etc. You search the metadata to identify if data are available, and then you can build a model that will be executed locally, and you get back the result, which will be the let's say the performance of your algorithm that you're interested in. So the data are not out. I would just want to mention that we are just doing at the prototype phase. So we have a system that is working, but still a prototype, and there's a lot of work to be done. As I said, not in terms of federated learning algorithm, because there is such work to be done, but also in terms of harmonizing the data. That's also one of the parts, and the ethical aspects as well.
Thank you both. Round of applause. We're a bit behind schedule, but we'll catch up. No pressure, Andrew. And I promise we'll have a break after this very interesting presentation from Andrew. Just checking it's the presentation I want to use. It is the presentation I want to use.
Just make sure that's
Okay.
I have to share.
Don't you just love technology? I'm Andrew Farlow at the University of Oxford. Can I get it to work? I've been organising the working group Collaborations and Outreach. It was the 7th working group created just about 2 years ago, something like that, but it built on a body of activity that we'd set up of a strategy group looking at AI in health, and we concluded it would be a jolly good thing to collaborate a bit. Thomas mentioned the AI for Good activities that were already ongoing, and these are a very quick summary. 25 to 30,000 people per year reached through that platform. 114 countries, average usage of 45 minutes. This is slides very kindly given to me by colleagues at AI for Good. But these data do give us indications and clues as to things that we have to really work hard on. For example, if you look at the distribution of the users of this sort of platform, it's still 75% or so in basically rich countries. And if you break it down by countries, lots of people in Switzerland, UK, Germany, and the US are very, engaging in this stuff, but it gets harder to reach audiences in lower income countries, basically. Academia, obviously very engaged, as are startups and industry. Another clue that there are issues to deal with is the distribution between the developing and the developed world, and there is a bit of a gender imbalance in the data that I was given. Now, I'm going to come back to the slide. They're slightly out of order. I've been up since 4 o'clock actually, because we're running a workshop for the COVID-19 Clinical Research Coalition. I sit on the steering committee, and this works in low-income countries, and we're transitioning to become the Coalition for Equitable Research in Low-Income Settings Circle. And I've nabbed a few screenshots from the morning's discussion, which really looked at how we responded to COVID-19. And the basic message was that research funding and activities was vast majority of it went to rich countries and very little to poor countries. So this just puts me in a mindset that we need to remind ourselves, and Thomas has already indicated this looking at health workers. This just shows the proportion of population in different parts of the world that live on $1.90 a day. And you can see that the redder it gets, you're up into 40, 50 or 60%. So some countries, and there's some middle orange, even the middle orange is 20 or 30% of the population. If you are a bit more generous, $5.50 a day, you are 20, 40, 50% of the population are in those orange brackets. So that reminds us that many settings, citizens are relying on fairly low levels of income. And if you look at health expenditure on this diagram here, the light green, this is where it's 2 or 3 or 5 or so % of GDP goes on health expenditure in those countries. And on the right-hand side, GDP per capita against current health expenditure. And there's a great number of countries that are in the bottom left of that diagram, diagram. And then we find ourselves in places like Switzerland and Singapore and Luxembourg and so on. It's very, very different. So this is a bit of context for our discussions. So we created a community of practice around digital and AI for health to foster collaborations and promote outreach. That was our bullet statement when we set the group up. And as we evolved and ran activities, we realized that we were, one of the things we're doing is we're increasing expertise across the entire ecosystem, improving the quality of scientific knowledge so that high quality interventions make it into use. The ecosystem is very carefully placed there because when we talk with people in low-income countries, they say you can't work on just the technology without working with government. You can't work with government without working with researchers and education. It's an ecosystem you're working with. We're strengthening or would like to strengthen local intelligence to improve health data in terms of skills and the organization of people that are able to use that data. And thinking of those models that you've heard described earlier and we've had in the last few days, these federated learning models, the model improves over time but uses local data fed in and there's a kind of iterative process. So the overall model is a function of the quality of the local data, but actually when you use the model locally, it's a function of the quality of the local data. And this came out through quite a lot of the discussions. We also know that health systems are continuously learning. And so one of our goals is to put local knowledge context at the heart of application and scale up. And that came out in several of the presentations in the last few days, that when you're saying that you should use a piece of technology, you have to think, well, can it be adapted to the local reality of the situation through local data? And can it be adapted to the local constraints, which are usually resource constraints? We also have a goal of improving government buy-in. Another thing that came out of some of our activities with country groups is that governments have to be in on the equation because they're going to end up buying what you're putting out to them. Evaluation frameworks, strengthening. I'm an economist. I'm very conscious that countries, to use technology, you have to show and demonstrate, and you need a proper evaluation framework, technology evaluation. And another thing that emerged through our activities is the importance of local innovation capacity. I should go on to that now I'll jump forward. So we've done this through a series of activities that have produced a number of reports in different areas. We did a very big one on vaccine access. We've looked at antimicrobial resistance at the community level. We've done some activities with groups to set up principles, particularly with colleagues in Nigeria. And to give you an example of that is a team of working on a report that we ran with a whole load of colleagues from around the world. And what we generally do is we look at principles, frameworks, so on and so forth, particularly sustainable development goals. And we always find ourselves talking about case studies and highlighting case studies and giving voices to case studies. Here's the vaccine access report, and this was at a time we were focusing on. It was in 2021, vaccines were coming along. We were aware that actually when you try and distribute them, they rely on supply chains, they require quality, there are all kinds of issues to do with that. So if you look, we worked with the NAFDAC in Nigeria, we put them at the heart of our thinking with Pedigree, which is a company that assures quality of supply chains using AI. We also, through a number of other activities, we created a report, again, looking at catalyzing digital health innovation. And you might see the Aga Khan Development Network there. Why? Because a big chunk of that was actually looking at the use of AI in Afghanistan. At the time, the health system was basically collapsing, and you were trying to get health resources and health care out
to situations that were struggling, and so we were able to sort of look at some of the applications and lessons of the applications of AI in a really a resource constrained but also a fragile economy. We also work with Vilgrow Africa on some innovation challenges. I champion Vilgrow and Wadami and all these other groups to be part of the action. Responding again to what was going on around us, we realized that there are big issues when we were responding to the pandemic and future pandemics of the way in which we were, coming on to the conversation that was generated over there earlier, the way in which these data infrastructures have to be equitable. They can't just take data. So this again was in partnership, and we always do things or have done things in partnership with users. So this is the University of Ghana and Pan-African Bioinformatics Network were part of our discussions of how do you create an equitable data infrastructure. A report is forthcoming, and of course, Drugs for Neglected Diseases and the coalition that I'm involved in is up at the top right of the diagram. In December 2022, we ran a meeting in Cameroon. These are the groups that came together to sponsor that. Again, very keen that we work with local country groups, that there's no notion that we're dropping something in. And we have this notion that every time we do one of these activities, we leave a legacy, we leave some capacity strengthening. We don't just come, go, becomes part of a flow of things. No, they must have a report. They must engage. I've got a student looking at the AI strategy of Cameroon and a couple of other people and vendors there from Cameroon. And this gives you a flavor who is in those kind of meetings. The forthcoming meeting, and pretty much towards the end of my slides, is, we plan anyway, is in Sri Lanka, because of the idea that digital and AI for health is embedded in a whole ecosystem of other things that impact health. And it came out yesterday, 30 to 40% of our health is actually a function of things that aren't directly health, the environment, transport, income, welfare systems, etc. So we thought we've got to sort of become holistic in our approach to this. So we're working with groups in Sri Lanka to set up that meeting, again, on the notion of capacity strengthening as we do it, and learning and feeding back in. I said that innovation was key to a lot of our thinking as we've evolved over the last 2 or 3 years. So some of us got together and had a go at rethinking global digital health and AI for health innovation challenges. And we were very lucky that PLOS Global Public Health allowed us to produce a review paper, but it's hopefully not just a review paper. Hopefully it will lead to us actually doing a few global health challenges and embedding them in this kind of learning exercise and this capacity strengthening exercise that we're keen to create. Thank you. That was quick.
And again, another strong enthusiast. When we had our meeting half a year ago in Cameroon, Andrew had lost his luggage, lived off
happy memory of
lived off colleagues' luggage. We managed the entire meeting, and then he went on. And
I lived for 4 weeks with one shirt. I exaggerate slightly.
Here we go.
Traveling around Africa without much clothes.
And bringing all these people to the table is just amazing, and we want to much more strengthen this activity in the future. You'll hear about what we want to do in the future later quite a bit. So other questions for Andrew? Okay, everybody's keying for a coffee break. All right, everybody, welcome back. As you can hear, I moved my voice to my chest to get your attention. Ready? So our next speaker is Luis Zoala. Luis, why don't you start?
Yeah, can you guys hear me? Works? Wait, this is a bit weird. So I'm gonna try lean. Yeah, hi guys. I see many familiar faces, also some new faces. So for those who don't know me, together with Pat, I think 4 years ago, Thomas matched us based on hair length, I guess, to chair the working group on data and AI solution assessment methods.
And today, since we are kind of transitioning to new frontiers, I'm just going to give a quick recap of what we guys did, what worked, what didn't work, what's on the horizon. And yeah, so this is a big group effort. And I tried to think yesterday a bit like what did we actually do and what could be described as the purpose. And I think the activities could be organized along these axes. So in the beginning, it was a lot of aggregating, getting people together, the typical of ITU business, as I understand it today. So we held workshops in Berlin at HHI. We had the regular ITU meetings. And then we transitioned into a phase of like practicing and then kind of evangelizing that work, trying to connect to other people doing similar things. And all that around this topic of assessment. We were trying to develop concepts, thinking about methods, processes, and tools, basically. And that's, I think, now also the very opportune part of that component, together with Mark, who's leading the OCI. We've been working on different code components, and I'm quickly going to walk you through these different aspects. So as I said, in the beginning, it was all about aggregating and getting people together, and I think that actually worked fairly well. We quickly had some momentum, had a critical mass of people who regularly wanted to contribute, and I think with the help of ITU and WHO, and also through our institutional partners, through HHI, we were able to quickly gather that group of people that even sustained all throughout the weird COVID times. And you can imagine, right, like regular work was appended, and then this kind of volunteer-driven Good Samaritan kind of activity is even harder to kind of push through, but somehow we managed, and out came a bunch of publications, and the names you see here are some of the core contributors, many also parts of other working group and topic groups of this initiative. And the photo at the bottom is from the meeting we had in Berlin, which was kind of an inaugural workshop for both this working group and the one that Mark led. So then, once we had our kind of stuff in place, we went into kind of, I would say, we had a bit of a phase transition into this kind of practicing mode. So we noticed early on that even at the time when we started, which was around, I think, 2020, when we really kicked things into gears, that there is a lot of things out there, but there's very little people then kind of taking all these nice PDFs and trying to implement them and trying them out even to see how well do they work for evaluation. If you give people a list of methods, a list of processes, what actually comes out of this. So with this motivation, we did a bunch of pilot projects, and then eventually, together with the Open Code Initiative, started working on this assessment platform, which is still alive today. And you can kind of see the workflow there that is behind it on these two levels, right? So on the tooling end, we obviously needed some front end and a back end, which is hosted on AWS infrastructure here inside ITU. And then on the kind of process level, which actually takes up a lot of work as well, meaning coordinating teams across different time zones of experts to evaluate individual use cases, and then also making sure that whatever happens on the platform is actually matched to those deliverables and those processes we produced and wrote down on paper. That took up quite a lot of energy. And I think the lesson here for us was that it's really complex to run such an operation on a volunteer community. So our hope was to do this all open source, and I think some parts we achieved, but other parts both on the completion of the project. So I think we started with 12 groups, and the kind of carrot dangling at the end of that pipeline was a publication, so it was driven by students. And I think 25%, so 3 of them eventually published. Like we have a special issue, by the way, with Jesse, who just this year, so Jesse is the editor of the journal we cooperate with, and he just became, I think, president of American Medical Association. So this was a lucky configuration. He was an early supporter of this, but even though we had all the ingredients in place, only a fraction of the initial groups kind of pulled through.
So Luis, we are also career boosters here.
You are, exactly. So I think Jesse has to write a thank you note to focus group for sure. Exactly. That's the causal graph behind this promotion. Yeah, so a lot of interesting lessons. We met a lot of people. We got a lot of things done. Some worked, some didn't. And the other component that we kind of always did in parallel is try to get the word out as early as possible and try to connect to different communities. And I included a few samples of presentations we gave at different conferences. And this was also, I think, very important in kind of growing that critical mass of people and having like a continuing activity around this work stream. All right, so this was a quick review, and I'm looking at my watch, so 2 minutes I have left, including questions. So I'm going to sprint this to the finish line. So the question that I want to just shine some light on is like, where do we go next? Where is this community? I mean, some of them, you know, ventured out and did their own thing. We have new projects starting here inside of ITU. And what are some of the pillars that are like we learned as very relevant? So there's, I think, one lesson also that we discussed yesterday is to kind of identify better these mature groups. Then getting device integration right. This is crucial for doing any kind of meaningful evaluation. And the third part relates to the OCI. So continuing to kind of develop infrastructure on which we can run these things. And then also going into what we could call like public good curation. I just briefly want to outline that. So for each of these pillars, we have already ongoing activities, and the goal would be then also to channel them into the global initiative. What I mentioned with mature groups, we are hosting a call for demos at ML4H this year, where companies and organizations, hospitals can submit their solutions, but they have to clear a maturity threshold. So it has to be used at a point of care or past a clinical trial. So we really want to identify more of those groups that actually work with the solutions, not just want to work with them, but actually do work with them. Then device integration is an important aspect, what's now often titled data-centric machine learning. We're actually launching a new conference and journal for that at this year's ICML. And I brought a picture here from some colleagues I visited in Nigeria in spring with a like custom microscope. We also have Johan and Nina here who do very like similar and advanced work in this space. So I think getting these types of like product integrations into the pipeline and evaluating them end to end is crucial to make like meaningful statements about quality. We have the infrastructure, and then the last part is the curation with respect to public good. So I think the first pillar, right, we can leave to the VCs and the companies mainly, but as we discussed yesterday, we also need to have a kind of editorial hand in making sure that those groups or those needs, which maybe do not fit in traditional business models, still get a platform and maybe funding through other channels. And this is, I think, this public good pillar. Together with Girma Abebe, we had a nice workshop at iClear this year on like ML and low resource settings. He's now heading the AI for Good Lab Africa team at Microsoft. And Pradeep also is doing very nice work at the United Nations University where we would like to kind of push in a direction of coming up maybe with a course where we kind of match machine learning people with policy people to educate and do projects in this public good space. So I want to close with this little sketch that Gilman and I made on some napkin over coffee. So I think it encapsulates a part of that vision is like moving from those kind of scattered components. And I think this is the role, since we're at I4Good, that ITU and all this UN ecosystem really can play. And I want to also emphasize that many in the ML space, going to the highest level of people, you know, running NeurIPS and all that, they want your input and they need it because they don't know what are the tasks that they should put their students on, basically, right? If you run a machine learning class with 500 students and maybe 10% of them come up with a cool solution, let them do that on data sets and tasks that actually matter, not on like the 10,000 times on ImageNet or MNIST. And people really need your input for this because they don't know it. So that's kind of this matching grid, right? So I think the people congregating here this week, they can really have a big impact in making sure that this curation is done well. So if you know about tasks, basically speak up or pool that into these communities so that people actually know what is important. Okay, so I am 3 minutes over time. I'm very sorry, Eva. Then I'm gonna quit here and yeah, thank you.
No, Luis, could you go one slide back, please? Can you maybe explain croissant a bit with a few words as well?
So, so this is an initiative across institutions. You could call it the Google Translate for data sets. That's the ambition. It's very early. So we met for the first time in Jan for a workshop to think about what is needed in the data infrastructure space to kind of get to this kind of grid more easily. And one thing we noticed is we need more compatibility between different data set formats. So if you run your stuff in PyTorch and someone else does it in TensorFlow, you have like an easy switch between these two workflows. So Croissant is a format trying to enable that. It's based on schema, and we are openly developing this together with different institutions to get this effect. And the nice thing is that we already have buy-in from some of the critical players, which are like Kaggle and Hugging Face and OpenML and TensorFlow. So it will be supported on roughly 2 million data sets, a bit more than that from the second half of this year. And I mean, yeah, like we saw in the beginning, right, there's always this mix of doing something good, but then you also need the right people to actually adopt it. And yeah, okay.
Are there any more questions?
I see that the emoji is missing.
I noticed you're integrated with the Microsoft AI for Good program. Have you talked to the Imagine Cup people at all?
No.
That's this global competition. It's 22 years old, over 2 million participants. I've judged on the last couple of rounds. If you want an introduction, I think there's a good fit, maybe some cross-pollination here with that program. So.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Gemma, he's also, so our idea was kind of to put him on the throne of this because he's building up like infrastructure for Africa and organize some challenges. Now we thought through Microsoft, but any kind of like activities that point in that direction, it would be very nice to connect.
Happy to do the introductions.
Yeah, yeah, let's do that for sure. All right.
Okay. Then moving on, next please. Thank you.
Eva, is this one? Or you do it?
I need to do a housekeeping first. Just downloaded the latest. I have to download the latest files. Sorry about that.
Do you mean latest?
So you will do introduction.
No, I will start with the working group.
This 7.4.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, hi everyone. I'm Eva Weiken. On behalf of the working group Clinical Evaluation of AI for Health, I will introduce you and present the overview of what we did over the last years. And I'm co-chairing the group together with Naomi Lee and Shobhanan Ubatuai. And of course, like we are a big group of collaborators, and we also have a working group that is represented here. And on behalf of all of us, I want to present the update. So first, why clinical evaluation of AI for health? So there is a huge demand of AI tools to be implemented in a safe and effective way. However, in reality, this sometimes doesn't really work out, and clinical evaluation could help to produce and to assess AI systems that are safe, effective, inclusive, and fair. And this was also like one of the main purposes why this group was established within the focus group AI for Health. So we wanted to build a collaboration around clinical evaluation of AI for health, including other initiatives working on this field. And our aim was to develop a framework that is based on best practices for clinical evaluation and has an emphasis on principles to be then applicable across countries. And the aim was to address clinicians and researchers, policymakers, but to develop a framework that can also be useful for patients, public, or also developers and regulators. And with regards to what the Sustainable Development Goals of the WHO and other UN organizations, the group also wanted to give special considerations on low resource settings and what has to be considered here in terms of clinical evaluation. And so, we have gathered a group of external experts in this field, stemming from the clinical side, academia, and other fields. And we also established a writing group to organize all this work and writing work to create this framework. And this is a brief overview of the timeline. Like we started in 2020 with an inaugural workshop, and over the last years we developed the framework. This is the main deliverable that has been developed by the group. And the idea is that this clinical evaluation part is used with other focus group guidance that has been developed, like for example, presented by Rohit from Working Group Ethics, or also the regulatory output document. And this deliverable is already published through ITU. It has been approved at the last meeting in Boston. And we also want to publish a version through WHO, and it's currently under review. And this slide shows like a summary of the main content of the framework. And so the group developed the framework and recommends that clinical evaluation for AI for health should encompass 4 phases of clinical evaluation, which is design and purpose, analytical validation, and in the context of this document, this means the validation of the model in silico, and then the clinical validation, which means validation through a clinical study. And of course, ongoing monitoring, which also includes algorithmic audits. And these 4 phases can be either used sequentially as the model is being developed, but they can also be used together when the model is already deployed. And the group also recommends that across all these 4 phases, an economic evaluation should take place, and also ethical considerations that are important for all of these phases. And here we work together with Working Group Ethics and Rohit and their recommendations. And besides developing this framework, other
roles or other activities were that we created a global community of experts with a shared mission of creating a framework that leaves no one behind. So this was very important while developing this. And the group has also been a catalyst for work globally on clinical evaluation. For example, members published in major papers important policies and findings in this field, and some of them are listed here. And also the chairs and members have provided thought leadership through speaking and influencing at global events. And now that we have developed the framework, and it has been published and should be published through WHO, the idea was that we want, of course, want this framework to be used and to be applied in clinical practice or in other fields. So we wanted to come up with like a method how to actually bring this into practice. And so we partnered up or worked together with some topic groups, and this slide shows like that the working groups that were presenting before me and ours are closely working together with the use cases of the group. And the requirements, for example, stated in this framework are also reflected in the work of the topic groups then. And one particular example that I want to mention here is that our framework has been tested or is actually right now currently tested through the topic group on point of care diagnostics. And the colleagues Nina Linda and Johan Lundin, they are from University Helsinki, Karolinska Institute and Uppsala University. They are actually working with our framework in clinical projects that are looking at cervical cancer screening with digital microscopy in Kenya and Tanzania. And they found our framework very comprehensive and useful. However, it wasn't very practical for them. So we developed, based on our framework, a checklist that can be used then for people in practice. And Nina and Johan will dive deeper into this in their presentation soon. And having said like what we have achieved and what we are working on right now, we also wanted to give an outlook on how this work and how our working group can be integrated into the new ITO WHO WIPO global initiative. And the group suggests the following for consideration. So the future structure of the global initiative needs to serve the purpose and address the most pressing problems for the WHO ITU stakeholders. And we had discussions within the group that clinical evaluation may not require a standalone stream of work moving forward. So we might have to reconsider like how our group can best collaborate with the others and if the structure still works. And there still remain some topics for defined areas for future research, which is, for example, economic evaluation. I already mentioned that it is part of our framework. However, we saw a gap or like future research that can be done in this field, and it's very important to do this. And we already had within the focus group some discussions with experts in this field how we can tackle this problem. And also regarding the implementation, we want to find out how relevant it can be also maybe for health ministries. And we also had discussions on how the clinical evaluation should address and apply also large language models. And regarding the implementation, there are still some remaining key outstanding challenges with regards to clinical evaluation. And we had some ideas how we could how we could implement our framework, for example, through the development of an online course. We have seen that the working group ethics, for example, has developed a course already. Like we had considerations on maybe doing the same for the clinical evaluation work. Also to further develop the checklist, and also once the publication is out through WHO, also do additional journal publications. And of course, we also want to collaborate with other initiatives, for example, FIND. We have Matthew Ahrens and Rigveda Kadam today here, and we already had some exchange about this. So this is yeah, something that we need to work on in the next years. And I want to shout out a big thank you to all our collaborators. It's been an absolute pleasure to work together with you. And yeah, this is it from my side for the clinical evaluation update. Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, please.
Well, thank you. It was a very interesting and practical presentation, and I think it brought a lot of different ideas to the table. I was wondering if the group has considered the impacts that all of this may have in terms of health technology assessment, and particularly the algorithmic audits that you mentioned as the last step, given the transformations throughout algorithms as you use these technologies. Has this been taken into considerations, given that regulatory bodies are not very well equipped in most parts of the world to deal with AI in health? Thank you.
So you refer to the regulatory, sorry, I didn't.
So I was mentioning the regulatory bodies that currently apply health technology assessment to technologies such as medicines and others. Many governments are moving towards having these organizations to audit, if you will, to provide a health technology assessment of AI-driven health technologies. However, we are feeling that there is a lack of equipment or capacity within these organizations. My question is, from your framework perspective, do you see that a regulatory approach can use that framework in any way moving forward?
Yeah, so we have in our, like in the, on the slide, like in our ongoing monitoring section or yeah, phase, we also like recommend that there of course should be any regulatory approval done. And of course we had collaborators also stemming from low and middle income countries where we also address this, like how to actually apply this. But I think this is also something that we need to look into in the future, like how to exactly like also include other low research settings where this is not possible or non-regulatory approval is so far implemented.
Just to add to, I think what Ricardo is mentioning is a good point, is the checklist concept has been very useful in the ethics work guidance document as well. And as you mentioned here also for the practical implementers, I think it might be worthwhile to explore how can we create a checklist for regulators combining from the regulations guidance and the clinical guidance, because this is a question that keeps coming up from regulators' side in the member states. How do we regulate AI for health algorithms? And I think it might be worthwhile to use the guidance that has been created across the 3 different domains and create a checklist for regulators to help them assess or at least have the initial assessment. I think that's what Ricardo is trying to point out is can we help that, and might be something as a GI we go into, we can do jointly.
Yeah, I remember that we had discussions at the last meeting that, yeah, we have to think about if there should be maybe one checklist for each of the different working groups, or if we also can create something that includes like the ethical requirements, the clinical requirements, and also the regulatory requirements to be then, yeah, with a focus also like also including like these yeah, circumstances that you just mentioned.
Yeah. Luis?
I just want to add one thing to kind of bridge those like documents, tools, and these audits or these trial audits. So one, I think in terms of involvement, there were a number of, like I think the Norwegian, they have this high commissioner for audits like across the board, like all across government, and like they developed their own checklist and they were involved. So I think there's a bunch of these countries participating in the activities. And one thing we noticed, and that's also part of this OCI platform of the group, is to have a dynamic kind of sandbox where you can adjust those checklists to the requirements of the local jurisdiction or to like local organizations. And I think this concept of this like regulatory sandboxing, or if you want to call that, is quite important to kind of do this capacity building. Yeah.
Stephen?
Only because I belong to these different societies and I could see all of this course development. Are you willing to house that, for example, because I chair this professional development group of the board of ACM, to put it in our education center rather than us linking out, or I'm on the business development group for IEEE TAMS as well, where we host it on our website. Is that a possibility? I can see interest in all of this course development content that you're putting out, and then we'll promote it. And I'm chairing a board meeting coming up for our professional development group just next week. So, you know, maybe you have to confer internally and then give me an answer, and I can present it before the professional development group, right? So.
Yeah, thank you. That will be great. Yeah, we will discuss internally, and then because the WHO, they already have developed this course, and well, we haven't developed yet, but it is like, yeah, something that might be useful.
It would be branded under your under WHO and so forth, but just the way these organizations work, and we tend to like to host it on our own servers and stuff. So, anyways,
I think WHO doesn't mind 100,000 more viewers. No problem. Oh, I'm sorry. I have the master switch. Now you can try.
Hi, Irina Kadari. I'm a physician from the US. I have a question regarding your references to using best practice and experts in the setups, in particular in the risk of amplifying bias towards underrepresented marginalized populations, which we know is an issue in the US and worldwide if you're trying to apply these best practices. And it's tied to the fact that I've followed the development of AI logarithms by large US-based corporations. And so, yeah, I'm concerned about that. What's your take on that?
Microphone.
Sorry, can you repeat like how you?
So my main concern is your reference to best practice and experts, knowing that a lot of the AI currently algorithms are the result of work done by US academic centers / corporations in amplifying bias that's contained in the best practices towards or to the detriment of marginalized, underserved populations.
Yeah, so we have, for example, like Alistair Dennison and Zhao Lu, who are developing like this Equator guidelines that are looking into like transparent reporting, for example, for AI studies and so on. And they are, actually like looking into this and reducing bias in these data sets and so on. But of course, like, I mean, this is something that we also have to consider. And like the bias topic is like included in our framework too. Like we have that considered while developing this throughout the process. Yeah.
Okay. Just to add, in all the working groups that we've created, that's the purpose of this focus group and the GI, is to try to reduce the bias as much as possible. And that's why the representation in these working groups, the experts we're talking about, are a very cross-cutting group, which is coming from all segments, and the inputs are structured in a way where they are looking at the sort of exclusion of bias in any form, whether it's geographical, whether it's gender-based, whether it's category-based bias. And there's a huge push in the guidance also that Rohit presented this morning, where we try to explain how the bias needs to be minimized. There's obviously going to be a bias in some form. I think especially in the AI world, as you mentioned, the big industries and tech using the data sets, also the lack of data sets. So we're trying to find mechanisms of reducing that through the inclusion of sort of guidance from the experts who are coming from all segments. These experts are vetted by this focus group in WHO. We have across the different, not just for the clinical guidance, but across the different domains so they are sitting as individual experts, not bringing in the industry perspective or their perspective. That's the purpose. And also then after that, there's a WHO clearance process, which it goes through to make sure that all these experts are not putting any bias. So there is an inherent process that is applied. But having said that, we still need to work as a community to reduce that bias as much as possible, so that, and I think it's in favor of the AI community itself, that if we have reduce bias, we'll have better optimal solutions that can be deployed across the board and make more impact. So there is a big concern, and I think there's a discussion around how we can reduce that bias across different guidance documents. And also the regulators have been saying things, and as Emma mentioned, there has been a separate working group on just looking at how to reduce, how to enhance data equity across the board through Alistair and Zhao's work. That is also part of this working group, which is coming out as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eva. I mean, one of the things that's being illustrated by your talk is that as a global initiative, we need to do a few things. One of the things is to look ahead, plan ahead, strategize about particularly potential bottlenecks that might be coming. Because from what you've just described, and we've had other conversations, we might get to a point where we're ready to do some kind of assessments and we haven't gathered the economic data, for example, and that's a very classic problem. That then leads you to think about capacity strengthening, and I've had conversations with the African Medicines Agency as a technological assessment platform. They're really stretched. So, you know, building that capacity and finding trusted partners and issues about organizational structure, for example. Do you expect every country to do these assessments, or do you use, you know, African Medicines Agency as a trusted partner? And if that's the case, how do you build the capacity to get to the point where this doesn't become a bottleneck sort of 3 years down the line? These are just a few strategic thoughts for 3, 4, 5 years as what we might be thinking about. And maybe connected to that is some kind of risk assessment of thinking ahead strategically. What are the potential things that would come along that would throw this at certain points in time? Can we sort of do some kind of internal risk assessment of our activities? If you were running this as a big project, you know, it's fairly classic that companies will assess the risks within the project management itself to mitigate those risks now, as it were. So just a few sort of 3, 4, 5 year thoughts triggered by what you just said. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Andrew, for this addition. And yeah, I mean, as I pointed out, like this is the framework how it is like right now, but of course it's not like, it might also have gaps still. So this is something that we always need to consider, like that there might be another iteration, especially maybe also tackling on large language models, for example, just as an example, and also to cover the topics that you just raised. So of course there's lots to do. All right.
But we had just yesterday, I think, the room we counted, I think, was 3/4 males and 1/4 females. And one of the things that and I don't think we can swap that workforce easily, but we can make that workforce aware that that's the case, and they are serving a population that isn't 3/4, 1/4. So it's there. We are aware of that and working on it. So next one, then, if there are no more questions or other questions.
I will just give a slight intro to the topic groups and then.
Perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, so hi, it's me again. So very briefly, because within the focus group AI for Health, I was also the contact person for our topic groups. And yeah, and the use cases. And I just very briefly want to give you an introduction to that, because there might be some people in the room that are not familiar with this. So within the group, as Thomas already pointed out in his introduction, we have like these working groups creating cross-cutting topics, and we also have 24 topic groups, and they represent use cases, medical health use cases that can benefit from AI, and they bring together experts and data. They conduct case studies and create evidence, and also propose a procedure to benchmark like one of these particular health topics, for example, topic group histopathology or malaria, looking into malaria detection from blood smears, for example. And over the last years, we have by today established 24 different topic groups, and this slide just briefly shows again what I have just said. Like we have these horizontal working groups creating guidance, best practices, and documentation, and then these are reflected and are being presented in the work of the topic groups. And we have, for example, as I mentioned also in my talk before, working on collaborated with Johan and Nina in their topic group point of care, like which was a very practical exercise actually to see how our framework can be deployed. And today, as you can see in the schedule, we have as examples of our focus group presenting in total 5 topic groups that are looking into different use cases, and they will present their work and what they do, so you get a better idea of what we are doing in terms of the topic groups and the whole. Thank you.
Okay, thank you and good morning. So my name is Johan Lundin. I represent the topic group AI at the point of care. So I give this short presentation and an example of what we have been doing. So AI can support medical diagnostics on many levels. We have Okay, thank you. Yes, so we have chosen to focus on method based on digital microscopy that can be implemented at the point of care. So our method is applicable basically to all medical diagnostics that is currently performed by microscopy, and it uses a combination of human and machine, the current version. So the samples are digitized using instruments at the point of care. Samples are then sent to a cloud environment where they can both be viewed by an expert and, of course, the AI can be applied. So the AI will support the diagnostic, and that information can be then transferred back to the point of care. So this is a way to solve issues related to, of course, the big thing is, so the big thing is, of course, the global shortage of experts that we are trying to address. So only in pathology there is a crisis actually related to access to diagnostics, and there are delays in diagnosis happening. So this is the problem we are trying to address. We have chosen now in the topic group to focus especially on one disease, cervical cancer, that is a preventable cancer because you can detect atypical cells before the actual cancer occurs. This is a global issue, and it's especially emphasized in the sub-Saharan Africa countries where it's the leading cause of cancer-related death in women. It's caused by the human papilloma virus. You can do HPV testing also to screen, but in the end you also need a verification on a cellular level. So you need a pathology and the analysis of samples on that level. So that is what we have focused on. This is also showing the amount of needed additional diagnostics related to, for example, cervical cancer screening. This map shows the lifetime cervical cancer screening coverage. And if you can see on the map, the high-income countries are blue. It means that almost all women have been screened, 90 to 100%. While in the African countries, it's typically 10% or less. So if you count all the low and middle income countries together, there are publications mentioned, for example, on this slide that show that there should be more than 200 million more tests done only in the low and middle income countries in order to screen
for cervical cancer. Also, this slide shows that now the number of maternal deaths compared to the number of cervical cancer-related deaths actually now have crossed. So the cervical cancer deaths are more common worldwide than maternity-related deaths. So we have done now also practical clinical studies in Kenya and Tanzania. So what we use is seen on the right-hand side of this image is all you need for using the AI at the point of care is seen in that picture. So it's like a minimal infrastructure solution. So it's connected to the cloud via mobile networks that are regularly well available in these settings. And then you need, of course, a computer. And this you use then to digitize the pap smears in this case, so cellular samples. Here are also some pictures from our lab in Kenya. We have the nurses taking the samples. Then in the nearby room, the laboratory technician stains the sample, and then another technician scans the samples. So we don't need to have the expert on site. We just perform the digitization of the sample and then upload via the mobile networks. We have shown now in several studies, one is mentioned on the slide, and we have shown that this reaches high accuracy, so comparable to expert level accuracy in detecting these atypical cells in pap smears. So the AI here also points out where the cells are in the smear, and they can show them also in a panel mode where you can quickly assess. An expert can verify the diagnosis very quickly. So we estimate that the same expert that is doing the verification can do at least 10 times more samples per time unit. And we are now in the process of validating this, and we are doing a study both in Kenya and Tanzania. We are now also, we have the first studies focused on HIV positive women that are at higher risk for cervical cancer. So we now also reach out to the general population, and we are doing that in Tanzania together with our collaborators in this topic group. What we also do, and Eva mentioned that, is that we are now evaluating the checklist that has been created within the clinical evaluation group. So we are using that now checklist in our prospective project. So we both look at the design of the whole study, the purpose, of course, and we do also an economic evaluation of the technique. Here is just one example of how we apply the checklist. So for example, this first question, identify and describe the problem. Okay, we describe the problem of AI-based method for cell-based screening of cervical cancer. And then you can see that we go through each. I don't show you more than this, but just as an example that we can fill in the checklist now in this project that is now has been started. So my conclusions are that digital pathology with AI-based diagnostic algorithms, they can be applied in resource-limited settings using this kind of bottom-up minimal infrastructure approach. So typically in high-income settings, you start by building the infrastructure with the IT, the instruments, and then you start applying this technology. You can also do like we are doing. We put all the infrastructure into a very portable and easy to use format that can be then used at the point of care. So we have shown that it reaches high accuracy, and we have shown that these AI-based diagnostic assistants can likely improve access to diagnostics. So it's not replacing the expert, not yet at least, but it's definitely supporting the diagnostic process. And here are some of the people in the research team. Nina Linder is leading this topic group, and we are all now working together and within this topic group to address these issues. And we are looking forward to the global initiative that would allow us also to see how we can implement this on a larger scale. So thank you.
Other question for Johan? There's one, and here, and was that? Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, hi. My name is Michael Mashinsky. I'm the chief data scientist at Cooper Smith, which is a digital health consultancy. I had a couple questions specifically about deployment. One is, how hard is it to train the person in the clinic? Because even using this kind of infrastructure and computer is a form of expertise. So how easy did you find that? And second of all, even with this 10x improvement in pathologist productivity, is the access to pathologists still the bottleneck, or will there be at that improvement enough pathologists in these countries to be able to verify these results?
Yes, thank you. Those are both very good questions. I think for us, if you train a new person to use this method, I would guess it could be done in half an hour, the actual digital part. So it's very easy to use. You just put the sample, push a button, and then it's scanned, and the whole process, rest of the process is automated. But what is really crucial is obtaining a good sample quality, and that is the current bottleneck. So that needs more training and more SOPs to guide. And related to the second question about the access to pathologists, we are quite modest when we say 10x improvement. I think in practice it might be much better than that. And we have the advantage of being able to use this, of course, across borders. It's not now we have a collaboration with a pathologist in for example in Mombasa and one in Dar es Salaam. So they are local pathologists, but it could, of course, technically be done from anywhere. So I think we have a chance to improve that. And once we show that a substantial proportion of the samples actually could be analyzed only with the AI, then of course we can see a substantial improvement in the speed.
So, I mean, this is such a great fit, I think, for the Gates Foundation and people like that. Have you talked to them at all yet, or?
In the early stage of this project, we applied for funding from Gates. But at that point, maybe the call was not a good match at that point. So that we are constantly looking for the calls coming from Gates, but we would be, of course, happy also to establish a more close discussion with that.
I mean, I transact with the Gates Foundation just on my other work, so happy to forward what you're doing to them.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking it also fits the MasterCard Foundation, their $45 billion foundation, very large, very big in Africa, for example. I think there's a fit, and I've already done some introductions about a week ago on another project, but I think this could fit. There's a community called YPO, and their president's CEO private organization. They're holding a global summit in Africa next year, and maybe some of this could fit. And in fact, the chair of all of that is here, and I'm being sort of introducing him privately to different people. So when we're wandering around, I'll introduce you to him. I'm thinking it could affect the Terasaki Institute as well as some of the work we're doing. So I'm just sort of brainstorming. So you haven't done a lot of outreach yet then in terms of partnerships or things like that?
No, not yet, so no.
Okay.
But we would be very happy and grateful if you can do some introductions.
Yeah, I'll see if we can do some introductions because I got people here that I brought in. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That's the good thing with Scandinavians when they say 10x, it's probably 100x. Anybody else having a question? Andrew and yeah.
This is again thinking ahead to the global initiative. Your validation study, 2,000 women in it. What does that cost? One, two. Do countries like to sort of validate on their own data and so on and so forth? So does that have to be replicated? And this is one intervention. Once we start, generating lots and lots of potential interventions, these costs of these studies start kind of going up if you imagine lots of countries have to do them, or maybe the technology changes and it has to be redone. I mean, what is the sort of consequences of this if we think ahead to what the global initiative has to do?
Yes, I think if I answer the second question first, I think there is a convergence. So the more sites we use this method and apply it, the more robust the AI will become. That we have seen. So in that sense, I don't expect everyone to need to do the same kind of validation. Some kind of optimization probably to make sure that it's working on the new site, but not doing the whole thing from scratch. So that I think, and related to the first question, the costs. So our costs have been from on the African side, the costs have been around 100 to 200,000 euro per 1,000 samples, roughly. But that includes a huge, quite a substantial team on each site. So the Kenya site has more than 30 people working. So, but yes, there are costs, of course, related. But I think those costs will also go down once we trim this solution and have it applied on several new sites. We will learn then, and we are actually, as Nina also mentioned yesterday, we are now evaluating the costs. So we want to end up with a cost per test. So that can be then easily compared to similar conventional tests.
Know how to. Oh, there we are. My name's Kasim Ahmed. I'm practicing emergency department doctor, and I work with Rejuve AI. We're a decentralized longevity research network. I found your presentation very interesting. I just wanted to find out a bit about what kind of accuracy you were getting with, because you said all the samples need to be validated currently by a pathologist as well. So what kind of accuracy are you seeing? Second question, how easy or difficult do you think it would be to extrapolate this technology now to other types of even slides, you know, tissue biopsies of other organ systems or other imaging modalities like X-ray or MRI? And how quickly are these results currently being reported in the testing phase? What do you think once the system's been fully deployed? What do you think the response time would be? And do you think it would be possible to kind of run these AI algorithms locally in the departments rather than being sent to a centralized server?
Yeah, so they can be run also locally, of course, but we have chosen this solution now because we also want to have the data available for retraining of the algorithms. So, but it could be run also locally. What was your second question?
How easy or difficult would it be to extrapolate this technology to other imaging modalities like X-rays?
Actually, this whole technology was developed for tissue analysis, so for histology. So we have now applied it to cytology because of the issue of preparing the sample. So if you want to have a tissue sample, you need a tissue lab, a histological lab, and that is not commonly, those are quite rare. Those are only in bigger cities of the regions we are working in. So that's why we have chosen the samples that can be prepared at the point of care. So all kinds of cytology, blood smears, stool samples, those can be now, for now. But if there would be development in the tissue, on the tissue side in order to prepare tissue samples at the point of care, that would be something that's a great target for future research.
And what kind of accuracy are you currently
The
seeing?
accuracy, yes, that's also a very tricky question because it depends on the ground truth. So who is providing the ground truth? If it's a pathologist like we have done in our studies, we reach accuracies for the low-grade and high-grade lesions at the order of 95 to 100%. So we didn't miss any high-grade lesions. But we ended up with slightly more of positive samples to be evaluated by the pathologist. So that's why we have this human and machine solution, because we present a little bit more. We want to be sure not to miss any of the high-grade, especially the high-grade lesions. So that's why there is like the specificity is slightly lower on the level of maybe 80 to 90%. But it still is very quick to evaluate such a result if you are an expert and know this particular subject. So,
okay, thank you.
But it.
Thank you. One more question. We start off with the assumption that early screening will improve mortality, which we now know from data in the case of mammography, colonoscopy, or prostate cancer screening does not necessarily hold true. If, in fact, your screening is going to lead to more diagnosis of early cases, will that lead to bottlenecking in therapy in Africa? And have you looked into that arm of it? That's the first, yeah, that just said that.
Yes, so the answer to that is that we, yes, we. Can you repeat the question? I missed the.
So the question was, knowing that early screening doesn't necessarily correlate with a reduction in mortality in other forms of screening.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. So we have now applied, according to the national guidelines, the local treatment for this atypias that we find. So it's a local treatment that can be done by nurses. It's not a complicated procedure, and it's preventing the cancer. But of course, we will need to follow up these cohorts that we have now screened in order to see if cancer is still occurring in this population. So it's estimated that of the high-grade lesions, about a quarter would otherwise have progressed into invasive cancer. So we will need to do the follow-up, and that will, of course, take time. But we want to really also do that part.
And then a second question, quickly. Are you going to do genetic analysis on your samples as well, or just histology?
We are doing also HPV testing of all, but we don't do any kind of genetic analysis otherwise. So HPV determined by PCR, so of all the women.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. So moving on, I think next one is symptoms. Oh no, dentistry.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having us. And thank you for allowing me to present the dental group. Now you would say, well, dentistry is not too relevant. What are they doing here, these dentists? I hope to convince you better in the next minutes, and I hope to showcase what we've done over the last nearly 5 years now, 4.5 years. We just checked it yesterday. So quite a time for dentistry and AI. We started from the same premises as everybody else. We saw the problems. This is just one of the exemplary or systematic reviews on AI in medicine. It's now quite old and on a topic which was once important for most of us, nearly all of us, some even more important. And what these people found is, and you have the same problems in all the other fields, that obviously all these AI models at that time weren't too useful because of a number of problems, a number of limitations, and you can see them on the right-hand side around the data, the reporting, what these people did. We really don't understand much of what is happening in many academic studies on AI, at least at this time. This is already 2 years old. And that was exactly the same what we found in dentistry. We have exactly the same problems in dentistry, and they are maybe a little bit more nuanced than what we saw for COVID. And I want to display them to you a little bit before we move on to what we as a TG Dental did over the last years to tackle them. First of all, it's very, I think, important to remember that dentistry is a microcosm on its own. It's like a little medicine. We have around 10 different subdisciplines. We have tons of tasks. We have various data sets. You can see just exemplary image data sets on the right-hand side. On top of that, we have clinical testing, physical, chemical tests, and so on. Our patients come to us very regularly. That's also something which makes dentistry very specific. They come minimum once, usually also twice a year in many high-income countries. So we have longitudinal data sets, also something many other disciplines don't have. And our conditions are highly prevalent. Caries and caries experience, you have that in 90% of the population. It's still the most prevalent condition of humankind at the moment, and similar for periodontitis, for example. So it's something on its own, a field on its own with a lot of problems when it comes to AI, but also a lot of chances. And we try to tackle these different challenges, you could say, you see here. First of all, we have heterogeneity in tasks and data. So a big problem is to compare what people do. We have around 700 studies by now, I would estimate, on PubMed when you put AI and dentistry in there, but they are so different that you're not able to compare anything. You're not able to make sense out of what people did. Then we have different outcomes. You can measure stuff in dentistry on tooth level, on patient level, on site level, on surface level. You can have different models with different classification or segmentation tasks and appropriate outcomes and so on, so that at the end, we don't really know what's the usefulness of anything, what people have developed. Is it really clinically useful? What's the clinical impact? Is it implementable? What does it do with the clinician, with the patient, with the healthcare system? And that's exactly what we try to tackle in the TG Dental. We developed over the time subgroups along these different clinical disciplines, and also a little bit in a crossover along ethical challenges and so on. You can see them there. And we grew. We grew, and we are quite happy that by now we have, at least in our mailing list, nearly 100 people from, 27 countries, 6 continents, and so on. And it's still going on. We still get people wanting to work in dentistry in this focus group or the global initiative, hopefully next, for this aim of making dental AI better. And we did a number of things. And I must admit that many of these things were rather academic in the first instance. And we, probably as many of the other groups as well, we have to move towards now more the applied stuff, the doing stuff. But nevertheless, I think also these exercises into making AI research in dentistry better, they are worthwhile. And for example, one of the things we did, you can see them here, we tried to strengthen reporting and evaluation. So we tried to push the dental community to use a reporting standard we developed. We tried to make them aware of existing other reporting standards like Concert AI and Start AI, Eva mentioned them. And we even tried to discuss the big problem, and I guess many of you will have that as well, of scrutinizing AI submissions in research, because there are not many people who can do that in the reviewer pools of many journals. Usually it's not possible to assess the data that people use, the models, and so on. So we have big problems even in research to appraise the quality of any AI. Then we performed a number of systematic reviews, and I just said it at our symposium this morning. I think we should stop by now, because otherwise it's not an exercise on its own. It's just something to understand the landscape. And I think what we understood with all these reviews is that, well, we're just at the beginning. At the end, probably nearly all of what we're seeing out there, we need to consider them as pilot studies. They're full of biases, they're small, they're not comparable. We can't really make a lot of sense out of it for now. And that's why these joint collaborative initiatives are so important. And we try to do this with these 92 people. We try to pool data in a thing we called multi-center benchmark study, where we had data from 9 different centers, and we used them to assess generalizability, to develop clinically applicable models, and to also test federated learning, something which we have also heard here before. We try to tackle something which we see as a huge problem in the clinical arena, the literacy of the users, of the dentists. They don't know anything about AI, and we have to change that. And maybe some of the exercises, like writing this core curriculum, or also what you will see later on, the ethics checklist we wrote, they will have a big overlap with a lot of stuff others did. But nevertheless, we are fairly certain that it's important to do it, because dentists, they don't read stuff from neurology or stroke research. They only read dental stuff. So we need to basically cater to them and serve whatever we want to transport in a way that they understand it and that they think it applies to them. And that's why we developed these core curricula, these primers, and so on. And we also tried to foster literacy by having a number of symposia. By now, it was 3 or 4 symposia, I don't know. We just had one yesterday and today here in the 3rd and 4th floor, upstairs there. And I think that's also important to showcase to the dental community what this initiative is doing, and to display that there's a big need of coming on board and working for better quality and standardization. And at the end, as I said, we also developed a framework and a checklist for ethical AI for dentistry with all the limitations we're still having, and as I said, the overlap with possible other checklists which we've seen this morning. Now the question is, where do we go over the next years as part of the global initiative? And until yesterday, 6 o'clock, it stopped at the benchmarking. Because for me, it was very clear that probably the big thing we will do over the next years is benchmarking, because we haven't done that yet. And we will do this. And we think that we as a dental group, we have a good chance of being very useful there, because we went all the way from developing models, implementing them, testing them, checking their impact in real world, and characterizing basically the whole life cycle of models for very small dental tasks. But what was very clear to me after yesterday is that we will also need to strengthen that collaborative work even more. We need to get more people on board, maybe from other fields. We discuss startups quite a lot. We need to pool data sets. We need to jointly develop norms and standards. And we need to work more on implementation, on the questions, what does it mean for dentistry to employ these AI models? Is it really helpful for the clinical dentist? What does it mean with regards to health economics and so on? And we have a number of experiences there. I think we're one of the groups which have, as I said, tried to characterize certain AI models and their impact as comprehensively as possible. And we are very happy to continue doing this, working with you, working with this fantastic group in the future. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Other questions, please?
Did you just focus on imaging or microbiome sequencing as well?
It was largely imaging so far.
Right.
It was largely imaging. We have now also worked a little bit on large language models and so on, but with any kind of lab data, it's even harder to get these data because they are usually in very, very few institutions available. It's hard to pool them and so on. So for now it was imaging, but we are very open in going into any kind of other direction in the future.
Any more questions? Okay. Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you.
Good. Henry. So we're moving on now to symptom assessment. This is also a good opportunity to show the viability of topics that we are looking at. We have other topic groups that we haven't yet, that we will not be presenting, but for instance, a topic group on combating fake medicine, which is a big topic. Or a topic, we had our first topic group, interestingly, was a topic group on snake bites, which is a large cause of death in some parts of the world. So just to make you aware that there is so much variety that we can be looking at. Thank you.
Yeah, hello. My name is Henry Hoffmann from Ada Health. Martin Kansdale from Healthily and I are the topic drivers of the topic group on benchmarking AI-based symptom assessment. Symptom assessment is about mobile and web applications, sometimes called symptom checkers, that allow users to describe symptoms they're currently worried about, maybe some acute abdominal pain, and like real doctors, the systems then follow up with a series of dynamic questions, asking for the details, maybe where the pain is located, and also for all the other relevant symptoms, to at the end give then advice and guidance on general next steps, like self-care, see doctor, call ambulance. Usually they list the possible underlying causes, and then also explanations and tests to perform next, and so on. These apps empower patients to make better informed decisions right at the beginning of the care journey, and thereby have the potential to help them to get better outcomes faster and at lower cost. But how do we know the apps really work? And it's just excited startups. In the focus group, believe that standardized benchmarking is pretty much the answer to that. And yeah, so the very first task was to go through the formal process for creating the topic group in the first place, and then to reach out to the companies and experts in the field to grow a group around this topic. And then in the end, we had like 22 companies, 9 individual contributors, and 44 experts from our audit group. Now that we had the group together, the next step was building the benchmarking. And we decided to build our own benchmarking platform with all the necessary components, case set and AI management, creating and running benchmarking challenges, scores, metrics, dynamic leaderboards. We decided to have an iterative approach and not start with all of medicine at once, but this small subdomain model of like 11 abdominal pain conditions, and then create a few specialized AIs covering the whole spectrum from really simple random generators to the asymptotically optimal engines. And of course, then on the right side, you see the results from this. And it's no surprise, the sampling-based optimal engine performed best along the M1, 3, 10 condition accuracy metrics and also on triage. And then, as we heard from Mark, at some point, the focus group created its own open code initiative and worked towards creating a unified benchmarking platform for all the topic groups. And with this initiative maturing, we decided to migrate to this new platform and to produce then also the numbers, as you can see there, in the new platform. With this migration, we also started a cooperation with the TG Symptom Audit Group, where we had our 4 experts on ethics, regulatory, clinical, and audit development, looking more at the formal side of the benchmarking, for instance, the questionnaires the AI companies need to fill in order to participate in the benchmarking. For running benchmarking, you need data, and in contrast to many image processing tasks, there are no really good public data sets for symptom assessment. Of course, all the companies have data sets for their own benchmarking systems, but the challenge is that the companies use their own ontologies for encoding the cases. And so one case from one AI company could not be understood by a benchmarking system of another company. And so an important task of the topic groups was finding a way to encode cases in a way that all the AIs could understand. And for this, we created a dedicated new case annotation tool using SNOMED as an ontology for case symptom encoding and FIRE as the case container. Of course, annotation tools only means to an end. In the end, the goal was to enable non-topic doctors to create cases good enough for doing the benchmarking. And you remember, most of the topic group members want to participate in the benchmarking, and therefore our doctors cannot be involved in creating the data sets. Instead, the doctors created several test sets that then have been used for testing the tools and the guidelines to be used by the other doctors. To see if this then works. The doctors also created an abdominal pain model I mentioned, and we could use this model to synthesize large amounts of synthetic benchmarking data and use this then for testing the robustness and the metrics and benchmarking platform itself. What is this pretty good for? But of course, synthetic data is not really great for testing real-world accuracy. Then the most important result was probably our topic description document. Beside all the benchmarking software, the primary output of the focus group is a set of specification, best practice, and reference documents. And so we did our fair share in submitting then last week a 200-page TDD document for this, which is probably the most complete document ever written about symptom assessment benchmarking and a good foundation for whatever stage follows. At our journey, we had a few learnings and a few want to share. First, AI is not only machine learning, and especially in symptom assessment, you find quite a few of the non-ML AIs that made it into products. And we think it was quite important as part of the focus group to always raise awareness, to make sure that we don't overfit the technicalities of today's ML paradigms, because they were also not the last ones. Symptom assessment systems also already medical devices will have to be shown under MDR. It's pretty clear. If you give medical advice or list possible underlying causes, you have to register as a medical device, probably not less than class 2A, and you have to go through the entire process and usually not get away with less than 1,000 pages of documentation. And once you set up this process, there's not much degree of freedom to do many things different. And I think for medical devices, some of the guidance materials can be a bit simplified, like maybe you already medical devices, skip to page 200 something. Another learning was that encoding cases in a shared ontology and then also mapping it from there to the company ontology it's intrinsically difficult and costly and will always produce mapping friction that reduces basically the measured performance, maybe more even than the difference between the systems you actually want to measure. And but once in a while you are lucky. Actually, in our first workshop, we had a discussion how long it will take until we can skip the whole ontology mapping and do the benchmarking directly on free text vignettes. And the consensus was that it would probably take longer than focus group mandate, and we should keep the natural language part for later. But basically 2023 is this later. And so LLMs reach a point where they can be at least used for parts of the pipeline, for instance, for the extracting the answers to the AI questions from the case vignettes, and so we could skip the whole mapping and radically simplify the annotation tool and process. Also, LLMs will also allow us to basically test the dialogues. So in the apps, they have this ping-pong dialogue, and we currently test with full cases. And with the LLMs, it's easier to test this dialogue interaction between the AI and the benchmarking system, which is important because asking the right questions is an important task for a conversational AI, and which also GPTs are currently not exactly good at. Yeah, of course, LLMs will change the benchmarking, but they will also change the landscape of the symptom assessment systems. And currently still quite dangerous to believe all what they say, but these things will be fixed soon in the next months, years. And then we'll see quite a few specialized symptom assessment solutions flooding the market. And then when it happens, benchmarking will be more important than ever before. Yeah. And as I said, the industry knows how to do benchmarking. We can specify it, we can prepare it, but we all want to participate, and so we can't really run the benchmarking or the data collection. So it was clear from the very beginning that for finally having impact, we would need a neutral, trusted entity that could execute the data collection and also run the benchmarking. And so we are really excited to see the global initiative coming soon to finally see trusted benchmarking results that facilitate then wider AI adoption and then thereby deliver positive health outcomes to everyone. Yeah, thanks.
So these companies are competitors, right?
Yeah.
So how was it?
Actually, it was quite nice in the beginning. Of course, I never worked with all the competitors together, but we had the workshops and it built fast, and it was really a nice, good working atmosphere, much better than I hoped for. So I'm really grateful and thank everyone involved there.
Other questions? Over there, and in the front. Oh, 1 second. I need to do something about the. So I need to switch you all off.
Hello.
Oh. No. Please turn on your microphone now. Now to work. Yeah.
Use that one. Can you guys hear me now? Okay, excellent. My name is Matt Arntz. I'm from FIND. Excellent talk. I'm wondering, when you think about symptom prevalence and when you think of disease prevalence, you can see a way in which there might be a pretty significant geographic bias around performance of a cough for diagnosing one disease in one area and a different disease in another area. I'm wondering, as you guys think about the global initiative and kind of next steps, how you're thinking about the geographic distribution of different diseases and how that might influence performance or a performance evaluation. Thanks.
Interesting question. So first, most symptom assessment systems, they are adjusted to the different regions. So like for all things, they're not doing the same in Tanzania than we do in Europe or so. And actually, they're all medical devices, so they have to pretty clearly specify the intended use, where can they be applied for what, and provide the clinical evidence that it works. And so at this side, it's already taken care of. In the benchmarking, of course, we want to benchmark. Actually, the idea of benchmarking is providing stakeholders with the numbers they need to make decisions on applications such system in a certain context. And it's your context that defines what is a good solution, also compared with the alternatives you have in this context. And then it's also about like having the data sets for these contexts that you can benchmark on the data for this context to get the answers you need. And I think as part of the global initiative, then there will be data centers in the different countries. And so there will be active work on making sure that we collect the data that are needed to basically provide the numbers for making decisions. And sometimes there will be no data, and then it's probably not wise to base your decision for some country on maybe some European country. But getting this under control and having processes for this and knowing what you can dare to say about a system and its applicability, that's part of the game.
I have a question. Have you piloted, in order to increase the accuracy of your systems, using or associating the apps with the wearables that are currently on the market?
First, like I'm here more from the benchmarking side. In the benchmarking, we haven't looked at benchmarking systems that also use wearable data, but the different members, of course, quite some of them also use wearable data as part of their inputs for making the assessment. So because if you have wearables, and then maybe you don't need to ask as many questions because you can see half of the things already in the wearable data, and then you can focus your questions more on other interesting things. Yeah, but we haven't benchmarked this part yet, but they are using it.
Yeah, I was asking more to see if it increases the accuracy of your data, associating it with wearables.
No, sure, for the actually AI manufacturers, using wearable data improves accuracy, sure. Of course, depends on what and how you wear your clock. If it's always at home, it's not helping much, but in general, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, hi. I had a question about how you see LLMs working on this in the future. Specifically, obviously the generic LLMs like ChatGPT are trained on a web crawled data set that won't include something like patient records. And patient records tend to be a kind of specific jargon, especially if you're working in a country that uses English, but their dialecting of English is a little different. So do you think these solutions will be built on top of generic LLMs, like the ones we see commercially? Or do you think companies will have to create sort of their own medically specialized LLMs to do this?
I think we will see both. Like currently, of course, some kind of fine-tuning helps, and having your own model helps, and especially if you don't need to send the data somewhere, but have it, it's something that you can run yourself. That's probably from a regulatory point of view here and there important. But in a long run, you don't need the fine-tuning anymore because the base models are then so good that they can cover most of it. For the benchmarking, we will not use it for any end-to-end reasoning. Just like for extracting answers to a question from a given text, it's a much simpler task, and you can be more confident that it works. For the end-to-end reasoning, like throwing in a case and getting the result out, that's a different game. And I think more work needs to be done here. And in the beginning, also with custom models and fine-tuning. Later, a bit less of it.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. Regarding the training sets that are being used by these different companies, from your interactions, do you, on one hand, see a trend towards a standardization approach to training data sets for this context? And do you see concerns and approaches to address the multiple biases that we know that these training sets sometimes present? Thank you.
Actually, most of the AIs in symptom assessment are not machine learning AIs. They are probabilistic graphical models with probabilistic reasoning engines and usually knowledge bases curated by experts. So they are the doctors at quality gates and medical device company who have a lot of SOPs for making sure that they know what they are doing, and you have peer reviewing on the thing so that you are pretty much in control of the quality and also know in advance if this contains specific incidence prevalence data and whatever for certain regions, so that you can decide if it's a good idea to use it in country X, Y, Z or not. So it's a little bit different game. It's safer. It's also, like, as I said, it's medical devices. It's a little bit better than just student project or something. And you have to think about these things, of course. But we don't have much of a problem with machine learning bias, and you don't know where the data set is coming from also.
If you ever Googled your symptoms, it's a wonder that you're sitting here alive, right? All right, any more questions? Please.
Sorry, what was the algorithm actually asked to do? Was it like to give a top diagnosis or seek medical advice versus stay at home? In terms of what were you actually benchmarking?
As inputs, our AIs usually take health profile data like age, sex, and so on, with the region you are currently in. Then the presenting complaints, the thing that you want to get some advice on, and then additional symptoms and findings. The output is then usually a preclinical triage, like self-care, stay at home, self-care pharmacy, see doctor 1 day, 3 day next week, and a ranked list of the possible underlying causes. These are the outputs there.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much again, Henry. Next one is Aus on the topic of outbreaks.
Hello, everyone. Today I'm going to present our work on the topic group outbreaks. Our work heavily overlapped with the pandemic, but we are happy to still have made a lot of progress, although we were heavily involved in the public health response to monkeypox and COVID. What is outbreak detection about? It's about So the incentive is when we want to improve public health, there are a lot of strategies that we can follow. And one of those is to detect public health threats very quickly and to contain them. This process is, however, laborious. So when we want to detect outbreaks or the onset of waves, the increase of severity of diseases or novel health threats, there are a lot of surveillance systems that we need to go through and analyze. And this takes a lot of time. And now we can ask ourselves, can we automate this process? And luckily, yes, it's heavily data-driven. It's very well defined what we are looking for. So detecting signals or outbreaks, I will use those terms interchangeably. Yeah, we can detect them automatically. And there are also a lot of algorithms around that do that fairly well. So there's a big difference to TG Dental, who worked on algorithms. We didn't. We were more interested in evaluating and looking into the processes. So what did we do? Specifically, in the last years, we started with a literature review, which kind of algorithms are there, which kind of data is used and available, and what kind of metrics are relevant here. The ethical and regulatory considerations were also interesting because usually in public health, no one asks you, can I get your data? It's usually mandatory by law. It's not like a clinical trial. And the same for regulations. So usually those algorithms run in your institute and an authority. They are custom made, so they are not a medical product. And we had a lot of discussions about the considerations we need to think about when we want to do outbreak detection in a good way. This review was followed by a survey. We reached out to partners from all continents except for Oceania and asked them, yeah, what kind of algorithm do you use? What diseases are you interested in? And which kind of data are you using? And how do you evaluate? The result was really interesting and also quite similar to the topic groups we heard earlier. There was almost no pattern. So a number of countries were not using automated outbreak detection. Most of them were using classical statistical models. But for example, my colleague from Malaysia, Helmi, he was using sophisticated AI models. We in Germany, we usually get aggregated or use aggregated data, but other colleagues got personalized or data on a personal level. The number of covariates was not similar. Evaluation was a huge mess. Some didn't do it. Some had just like rule of thumbs, whether the approach they were using was helpful. What was also interesting, and we heard that in the discussion just a few minutes ago, those models were country specific. So when we now think about outbreak detection, we want to use a good model somewhere else, it's probably not working out of the box. And that's also something we quickly realized. And the same applies to the context, not only in the country, but also if it's countrywide or highly local, for example, in a hospital versus in the whole country. What did we do as TG Outbreaks to address all those issues, to offer solutions on improving outbreak detection using AI? With all the knowledge that we had, and the contribution from the working groups, we we implemented a benchmark on the Health AI audit platform, where we put all the questions and all the insights that we had into a questionnaire that would ask, do you have biases in your data? How did you acquire the data? But also to implement all kinds of metrics that we think are important that we found in literature, to have really like this standardized pipeline that when you come and want to test your algorithm, we can say in the end whether it's good or bad. And that's also something we heard earlier, I think from Luis. Usually all AI folks play with the same kind of data sets, and they don't know what to do when they want to help in public health. And we want to change that with this benchmarking setup. Our colleagues from TG Sanitation who joined us into TG Outbreaks, they also looked into more specific use cases of outbreak detection. This is a communal ablution block. So when you think about it, you can also install a lot of sensors there, acoustic, you can analyze fecal sludge, combine that with environmental data to predict gastrointestinal diseases. So we try to, like look at outbreak detection in a wide spectrum, as from the perspective from an authority, but also very local. And that's also something we wrote about, where you can look up our insights. The ethical and regulatory considerations are similar, but obviously more complicated in a setting like that. But we thought it's important to address these issues as well. I told you that the algorithms and the data were vastly different, and how do you compare them? When you have a benchmark and you have all those different use cases, that's pretty hard. And one of our other outputs was to develop a framework and even a software package that allows you to compare algorithms across data aggregation. So there may be an algorithm that's operating on highly aggregated data, one that doesn't, and we make them comparable. And lastly, and that's, I think, a problem that all topic groups had, data is not shared. It's very hard to get data. So to address this issue, we worked on a method to automatically label your data, or to learn labeled data from the data that you cannot share, which would look something like that, so that you have more setups that you can push into the benchmarking setup to say, hey, if you want to do outbreak detection, I give you a dengue data set from my country that I cannot share, but I used this pipeline here to produce a similar data set. Our next steps now, so we have a blueprint. We have thought about the algorithms, data, metrics, considerations, sharing data, all these things. And yeah, the next step would be to use this blueprint and apply. So we have made all those thoughts. It works for a few of our partner countries, but what about the rest? And that's something we'd love to see in the global initiative to apply the lessons we've learned. Thank you very much.
Other questions? Please.
Hi, yeah, I had a quick question about the diseases that you've tried this with. So earlier this year, I was trying to model a cholera outbreak, and I could talk for hours about the problems we had with the data and other difficulties, but I was wondering if that was one of the diseases that you had done this kind of benchmarking for, and if so, what were the results or takeaways?
Cholera is something that's, so in the very beginning, we tried to focus on a few diseases because they're so different. And so we were not very much focused on producing good results with AIs. That was not our objective. We wanted to have a pipeline that describes if you want to do cholera outbreak detection with, I don't know, a certain data set, what kind of ticks you need to make in a huge to-do list so that you make sure that you are optimizing for the right thing and that you look out for all kinds of biases. So the problem also is it almost always depends on the setting. So if you are in a country like Germany, where it's very likely that when you get weird symptoms, you can seek medical help and someone will do a laboratory test, for us, it's very easy to detect these things ahead of time. So in a different setting, in a different country, suddenly your expectations are different. So I can only tell you how good it would work in Germany. It would probably work very well. I don't know where you were testing it, so I don't know what's a good performance. That's very hard to say.
Thanks. Maybe I'll find you later and ask some more specific questions and not waste people's time.
Have you done any work with pathogen genomics? So obviously it's a large data source.
Yeah, you got us. That's, I think, one of the biggest missing points. It's going to be more prevalent to do sequencing. There's a lot of work with Salmonella because how mutation happens, it's well understood. You can do a lot of outbreak investigation with genomic data. We didn't do it. It's also based on the partners that we had that didn't have this kind of data. That is definitely something that would need to be added to that.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on. So the next presentation, I believe, is remote. Oh, no? No, it's you. Okay. Then our focus group timetable isn't up to date. Huh? Is it? Yeah, not. Let me see. Oh, I see. I need to hit refresh.
Okay, hi all. So I'm going to present a little bit of what we've done in our topic group on maternal and child health, and how we are focusing it on benchmarking for developing regions. So, of course, maternal and child health is a very important health issue. Every day, an estimated 110 women die from causes related to pregnancy or childbirth, and over 15,000 children die from preventable diseases. Most of them, of course, in developing regions. And despite the recent improvements, the Millennium Development Goal for 2015 of reducing child mortality globally by 2/3 was not achieved. And artificial intelligence methods have the potential of improving maternal and child health decisions, especially in developing countries, as these strategies usually involve very low-cost interventions. But we need two main things for this. In order to achieve this, first of all, we need to use data that is routinely available in developing regions. Machine learning for medical image is very interesting, of course, but it's not the reality of developing regions. So we need to use data that we actually collect on these regions. So we had this article published in 2021 where we developed machine learning algorithms to predict neonatal mortality, which is still an ongoing, very important issue in developing regions. So we did this in São Paulo, Brazil, where I'm a professor at the University of São Paulo. And then we found out that using only 5 variables, which are the 5 WHO minimum perinatal indicators that the WHO suggests that every single country collects, using only those 5 variables, we were able to predict pretty well which baby was going to die in the first month of life, so neonatal mortality, the first month of life. And when we looked at the 5% babies with the highest predicted risk by the algorithm, only on those 5%, we had basically every single baby that was going to die. So 90% of the babies were on this 5% high risk, which means that if we do a public intervention with only 5% of the babies, we're going to be able to achieve or have an impact on pretty much everyone that is going to die. So all of this led us to this idea of benchmarking these results for other developing regions. And we had a few back and forward with the NIH, which has this data set. But after a few months, we were able to get access to this. It's data from 8 low and medium income countries on maternal newborn data, and they have 3 different data collections from 2010 to 13, then for 14 to 16, and then 17 to 19, which cover around 500,000 pregnancies. So we developed machine learning algorithms to predict with this multi-country data set, if we were able to predict neonatal mortality with good accuracy, and to see if we're able to develop an algorithm that is trained on an area, does it work on other areas, right? So this is a growing issue in machine learning, where the algorithms that learn from data from a specific region, usually and frequently, we have been finding that in Brazil, do not generalize very well, okay? So, and then we trained the algorithm with data from 2010 to 16, and then we deployed it to the next time period, right? 17 to 19. So our results are from data that the algorithm has never seen before. We call it the test set in machine learning. And in this case, it's actual future data, right? So this is the results that the algorithm would have if it was put on real clinical practice. So in our results, I will save you from the technical details, but our results show that we're able to generalize pretty well machine learning algorithms for neonatal mortality using only the 5 minimum indicators the WHO suggests that every single country should collect. And even when we trained in a low and middle income country, and we moved the algorithm to predict in other country, we still got pretty decent predictive performance. So this is quite interesting. We're going to have a paper on this soon to show that, okay, if we do not have enough data to train the algorithms, we can train someone else and then move it to this low income country, and it works pretty well, okay? With an area under the curve around 0.8, which we consider pretty good. And here's just the variables that the algorithm really enjoyed using. So it's basically birth weight, right? So the higher the birth weight, the lowest the neonatal mortality, and gestational age too. So the highest the gestational age, the lower the mortality risk. And maternal age, it's bad both sides, like on both extremes. So if the age of the mother is really low or really high, it has high predictive importance for the algorithms. So in conclusion, AI is a very promising tool for maternal and child health because most of the intervention involve very low cost if the warning comes early. But we still have some very important challenge to put this algorithm into clinical practice. We need to use variables that are actually available where we want to put this algorithm into practice. And we need to train and validate it where it will actually be applied, not in a completely different region or area. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Welcome back. We are now going into session 3 of our workshop today. It will be about the global initiative on artificial intelligence for health. And the idea of the panel is to get told what to do. But no, collect ideas, what you think we should be doing in the future with this option that we are giving now, this opportunity to turn the focus group into the global initiative. Let me introduce the panelists. So to my left is Samir Pujari from the World Health Organization. To my right is Bilal Jamoussi from the ITU. On screen is Ulrike Till from the WIPO. To the right of Bilal is Lothar Wieler of the Hasso-Plattner Institute. On the screen is Stefan German from Botnar Foundation. And to the very left is Ilona Kickbusch. No, she isn't, because she had a family emergency, and we were so glad that we could get Ricardo Leite to participate in the panel, the CEO of IDER. What I would like to, I'm moderator, so I will shut up soon and just hand over to you guys. However, you need to be my guinea pigs, because I want to practice my pitch tomorrow, because what happens tomorrow is that at 16:25-ish, there will be a ribbon cutting ceremony, and participating will be the DG of WHO, the Secretary General of the ITU, and an Assistant Director General of WIPO. And no pressure intended. I'm going to speak 5 minutes prior to them, and those 5 minutes I'm now going to practice on you guys, and maybe it also helps for the discussion. Okay, now getting started. Thank you. Today, I want to emphasize the urgent need for universal health coverage, a global goal of accessible and affordable healthcare for all. However, there are significant obstacles in achieving UHC, including the shortage of qualified healthcare professionals, particularly in low-resource settings. And there is artificial intelligence for health. This technology has gained significant traction in both the scientific and private sectors. With AI, we can extend the scope of practice of healthcare professionals so that we can mitigate the shortage. So our goal is to get AI for health solutions into the hands of healthcare professionals and people across the globe. We have been working towards this goal within the WHO ITU focus group on artificial intelligence for health, which has brought together a rich and diversified community of health, ICT, and data science experts. And we have received financial support from Butner Foundation to make our work even more inclusive. Since its creation at the AI for Global Good Summit in 2018, the focus group laid the groundwork for the global initiative. And in an open process, we want to expand this work in the global initiative. The focus group has been, working on enabling developers around the world to create AI for health solutions. For that, the Open Code Initiative has created freely available software tools for machine learning. These will also result in standards that are being developed, also involving ethicists and regulators from the beginning, so that their principles are built in from the start. The focus group has been working on health data standardization and interoperability. We are also creating specifications for health data centers that facilitate federated data acquisition, annotation, learning, and testing together with open reference implementations. This will allow not only to enable development of AI for health solution, but also for testing them everywhere and so that they can easily adopt it everywhere. Building trust in AI for health solutions is another very important pillar for enablement. To do so, we are developing regulatory principles on AI for health, and we do this together with regulators from all continents. Simultaneously, we are creating a trusted process for evaluating AI for health solutions. For that, the groups around an AI for health topic, consisting of a diverse global expertise, will collect data and will work out the benchmarking process for that AI for health topic. The actual benchmarking will be conducted according to developed policies and lead to independent verifications. And this way, we produce an efficient path for the introduction of AI for health based on trust and reliability. Another important track consists of interacting with realistic AI for health work projects. This entails creating topic groups around AI for health solutions that iterate with the processes of data, AI development, and evaluation. So far, we have brought together 24 groups. Some groups created large networks around that topic and generated independent evaluation results. The availability of such information will allow possible introduction into healthcare systems worldwide. We can then pilot the implementation of these solutions and ultimately achieve mass sustainable deployment. So, the global initiative on AI for health will serve as a pipeline that brings ethical, regulated, accessible, and trusted AI for health solutions from anybody to everywhere in the world. It will operate on 3 core pillars: enablement, facilitation, and implementation. Through enablement, we will empower healthcare professionals and patients with the necessary evidence-based science, knowledge, and resources to understand and utilize AI for health solutions effectively. This will provide supply. The implementation pillar will provide demand and will then ensure the seamless adoption and deployment of sustainable AI for health solutions on a large scale. Finally, facilitation will bring supply and demand together to build up capacity. This involves matchmaking between all actors necessary to bring AI for health solutions into healthcare systems globally. So the challenges we are facing are significant, and they're not unbeatable. So let's get together, build a future where ethical, regulated, accessible, and trusted AI for health solutions are available to everyone, everywhere. Thank you. I'm still sweating, so all right, we'll see how that goes. So that was basically it from my side. I'm now starting to I will now start to moderate, and basically, and how much time do we have? We have an hour. So what I would love to do is I would love to kind of ask WHO, ITU, WIPO what they expect from the initiative. I would love to hear from Stefan Gellmann, the CEO of Botnar Foundation, what Botnar was the ones that believed in us and funded us, and what they would like to see for the future. I would like to understand what Ricardo, Leite, and Aider are thinking about what they are going to do. And in particular, I would love to understand what Lothar Wieler, who has in a former life also been involved with public health, would like to do. So let me start with WHO, please.
Bell the cat first. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Thomas. And I sound like a broken record, but I have a simple three-pointer take. I mean, the last 5 years, we have been looking at the science. We have been looking at how this world of AI is developing into the next stream of work. And the thinking behind this global initiative has been, one point, how can we take science-driven, evidence-based, rightful tools, ethically and regulated to the people? The most important part is how is AI delivered to the people? We're talking this big summits, big conferences, but the real KPI would be when it gets delivered and makes a health impact at the ground level in people in rural Africa, in Asia, whether it's for cervical cancer screening, whether it's for TB diagnostics, whether it's for vaccine discovery and delivery. So I think that's the main intention from WHO, as has been guided by our Director General and our Director and Chief Scientist, is how can we take science-driven AI approaches to fill the gaps of healthcare so that, as you mentioned in the speech, the gap of healthcare providers exists. There's a gap in knowledge at the country level, the governance structures, but WHO cannot do it ourselves. I mean, I think no agency can do it ourselves alone, which is why bringing together this massive network of 100+ partners already that we have in the focus group and growing that to deliver the rightful guidance, to deliver the right networking opportunities, bringing together maximum optimal resource utilization, and being able to deliver with the countries on the ground, with the ministries of health, the ministries of technologies, public health agencies, these specific areas of work where we have problems existing in terms of non-communicable diseases, in terms of communicable diseases, in terms of outbreaks and pandemics. So I think from WHO perspective is the 3 areas: normative guidance, which can help countries in delivering this, bringing together networks who can also deliver and continue working together instead of recreating the wheel, and finally making AI happen on the ground for the people.
Thank you, Samir. Bilal?
Thank you very much, Thomas. To start, when Thomas presents slides, we should be careful because it has a profound impact. So 5 years ago at this summit, Thomas and I and colleagues from WHO were sitting at the summit, not having any idea to create anything around AI for health. But after a full day of workshop on the potential, the real applications, the data that needs to be collected, the harvesting of the data, and how that could apply to enhance the medical field, the idea of the focus group on AI for health was born as a joint effort between WHO and ITU. And here we are 5 years later with the community that was built, including the medical experts, as well as the data scientists and the digital experts. Here we are with the technical specifications and reports, guidance, and open code. And here we are with funding agencies like Botnar that believed in us to really increase the inclusiveness and diversity in the work that we have been doing over the past 5 years. So today we're and start the implementation around the world in a very strong partnership with WHO. And we're very pleased that WIPO has joined this effort going forward. And this is really a very important and very exciting time to delve into what we call in the ITU the digital transformation. Sustainable digital transformation is one of our two strategic pillars. One is to connect the world. We still have 2.7 billion unconnected people. And the other is to have sustainable digital transformation. And that can only happen through a very open, strong dialogue between the domain experts, the health experts, and the digital experts. And that's the process that this focus group has enabled us to have over the past 5 years, and now opening the field to have more partners, more donors, and to scale this effort globally. So we're very pleased with that, and certainly you can count on the ITU Secretariat support, and also on our diverse membership, the 193 member states, the 900 plus enterprises, companies, private sector, and the 160 academia and research institutes to be really the source of the knowledge that will help us go forward in this global initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bilal. Ulrike?
Sure. Nice to see everyone. I hope you hear me. First of all, it's nice to be here virtually, and my apologies, I can't be there in person. I think from a WIPO perspective, really where our mission and our mandate comes in is to lead the development of a balanced and effective international IP system that really enables both and straddles the world of enabling innovation and creativity for the benefit of all, but also provide balanced protections for AI health innovations. I think the most obvious example that springs to all our minds is the use of AI in drug discovery. But I think from what we've seen in WIPO conversations and our work at WIPO and the innovations that we're seeing in the AI and health space, the opportunity that we have for AI in health is much wider than that. Some of the examples you've already pointed to is the use of AI in diagnostic to analyze scans or voices of patients for throat cancer. Some other real life examples that we've seen in our work is patients being located hours from hospitals who are using their smartphones to send images to their medical team that AI already has analyzed by the time they get to hospital. So you make use of the 4 or 5 hours it takes patients to get to hospital to get ahead of the curve. The first digital therapies are currently being authorized, mobile apps to assist, for example, in behavioral therapy or addiction. And AI can really make a difference in how these digital therapies apply to individual patients. On another side, AI is already being transforming logistics around the world. And if you think about a world where AI can predict patient needs to help local pharmacies with stock management to have the things that they need. Similarly, AI can be used to optimize delivery channels for medications. Think, for example, when you have medications with short lifespan or medications that require cold storage during transport and organizing that in the most efficient way. AI may help track those medications as they're being delivered, but they might also help us in detecting fake medicines. AI may enable us to even use existing clinical trials data to discover important medical uses for drugs, to optimize drug regimes, or to predict synergy between drugs and drug combinations. I think where we come in at WIPO is in the space, we've done a couple of things that might be of assistance. First of all, the WIPO conversation on IP and frontier technologies, which I have the pleasure to look after with my division, really has provided a global leading forum to discuss these new technologies such as AI and IP. And there's a real learning curve that we've had shaping this truly multi-stakeholder global forum that brings together thousands of participants from member states, private enterprise, academia, legal professions, and civil society. The last conversation we had spanned participants from more than 140 countries. And really, all those examples I've given you are inspired by the stories that we hear from people on the ground and companies on the ground in this space trying to make a difference. Other colleagues at WIPO in the WIPO Global Challenges sector have undertaken health-relevant work on AI, such as the Trilateral Symposium on Cutting-Edge Technologies. So really, from a WIPO side, we come to this table because we believe that so much is to be gained by bringing our organizations together to share our technical expertise and network in line with our mandates to address some of these key challenges. Many of the issues undoubtedly in the AI space and certainly the AI and health space will be cross-cutting: data issues, data protection, data standards, privacy, ethics, and IP. And I think by bringing us all together, that will really make a difference how we can take this forward. So we are super excited to be sitting on the table with you. I think maybe some of the things that we can bring to the table or that can inspire us to shape the work going forward are, there are certainly lessons from the WIPO conversation that we've shaped over the last 4 years in bringing truly multi-stakeholders conversations together. We're a technical agency, so we bring to the table the hardcore geeky IP law expertise. Expertise on how patent law, how copyright law operates, but also how the limitations and exceptions operate. We have teams that have significant experience with assisting technology transfer, of getting these technologies to people on the ground. And I think we can also help to provide more transparency in the space, for example, by providing patent landscapes, patent information of ownership, chain of title, IP-based pledges and licenses. And we can assist with matchmaking technologies, something that we're already doing with WIPO Green in the environmental sector. So that's very much a whistle-stop tour of what we're hoping to achieve. But the main message is we're super excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ulrike. Stefan?
Yeah, thank you very much, Thomas, and the rest of the panel. Apologies as well that I'm unable to be with you in Geneva, as I have a meeting at the quarter of the hour here in Zurich that I wasn't able to shift. It's really fantastic to see what the focus group has been able to achieve to get to this point this week, and specifically tomorrow, where this global initiative on AI for health is going to be launched between the WHO, ITU, and WIPO. Let me pause here. I was asked to sort of put forward what we hope, as somebody who has been providing what I would call seed funding to the focus group as we move now to the next phase as it has grown. And I don't know whether some of you have listened to a presentation on the 9th of March by Tristan Harris and his colleague. It's called The AI Dilemma. They are the producers of the Netflix documentary of The Social Dilemma, and were giving a talk on the 9th of March at the Center for Humane Technology. There's basically one key message that they gave. That is, there is a tremendous upside on AI, specifically as we've seen now with large language models. As many of you know, generative AI, most famously probably currently GPT-4, huge potentials. I'm convinced that within less than a year, large language models that are prompted with prompt generators for a field of mental health, probably conversational agents will be able to have a therapy session through a conversational agent that might still need to be supervised for some time, but very quickly is having a quality incredibly to an average, very well practiced therapist. So there's a huge upside. At the same time, we are rapidly moving from not only what the first encounter of AI with humanity was in social media and what some call in this session of the AI dilemma as social AI. We are moving rapidly to intimate AI. Social AI brought us between the sort of social media generated content, the whole problem of dealing with fake news. With this new form of large language models and intimate AI, we are moving rapidly into the space of fake realities. What does that mean now for the field of AI in health moving forward? I have basically three key messages. The first one is we all need together go back to international instruments and human rights instruments and looking at international law from human rights and ensure that anyone who designs, researches, develops and deploys any AI solution in general, but particularly in health, is human rights binding. So one of the first expectations that we would have for this new initiative on AI for health as a global initiative is right at the center to ensure human rights are adhered end to end. Second point is inclusiveness. We cannot tolerate that the global north, that currently mainly the US and some very few other who are driving these technologies are kind of drawing the lines in the sand, what is acceptable and what is not. This truly needs an inclusive global dialogue. And from us as a foundation, particularly the inclusion and the participation of young people. If you go to Africa, 60% of the population is below 30. We need to make sure that in all these standard setting, in all these dialogues, young people are not just participating on the fringes, but they're actually inside the rooms, they are on the table, and they are co-creating these regulation and standards because it impacts them tremendously. The third one is really to have equitable. We need to make sure that we are not creating much further than we already had with the digital divide, now an AI divide that really will leave a large portion of the world behind. And in conclusion, I think as well, we need to make sure that AI standard setting, AI developments are not driven mainly by males. As we can see here on this panel, unfortunately, Lona couldn't be, but it's at the moment, I think we are 7 on the panel, there is 1 woman. And a lot of the AI discussions and AI decisions and AI standard settings is driven by males. So we need to make really inroads to ensure that we are H, human rights respecting, I, inclusive, and E, equitable. And that's what we hope for to see from the global initiative on AI. Over to you, Thomas.
Thank you, Stefan. Ricardo?
Thank you, Thomas, and good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I don't feel like I could fill in the shoes of Ilona Kickbush for many reasons, including the one that Stefan just mentioned. But there were many reasons why I did accept this kind of invitation. First, it was because it came from Thomas. Second, because it's as part of this important initiative that is being launched tomorrow, that I truly believe will be transformational, and I'll get to that in a second. And also that Ulrika is also on the panel, which avoids that this is a manel. And so it gives me some comfort that despite everything, we're not only males on this panel. But since I've been given this opportunity, I would like to address some of the challenges and also present some of the discussions that we're having internally right now at IDARE, the International Digital Health and Artificial Intelligence Research Collaborative, that I am now leading as their new CEO. And we are going through a new strategic review, and we'll be presenting our new strategy after the summer, and very looking forward to presenting it. But there are some things that are very clear at this point. And one of them is that we need to work together, and such an initiative is critical. I believe I left a career. My first career was as a physician, my second career, four-term member of parliament. And I decided to suspend my seat in parliament to take on this bandwagon because I truly believe this will have the same impact as Edward Jenner in the late 18th century when he created the smallpox vaccine, or Fleming when he discovered penicillin. I believe artificial intelligence will have that kind of transformative impact moving forward, but not from any of the reasons that I believe were mentioned here. Or I think there are two more that we can add on. One is the transformational power of artificial intelligence when it comes to revolutionizing our health systems. Currently, our health systems are broken. Calling them health systems is an oxymoron. We have disease-driven systems that focus almost exclusively on disease. We spend 1 to 3% on prevention and health promotion. Artificial intelligence can give us finally the capacity we have to align incentives with proper health and well-being outcomes, which will address many of the issues that were mentioned here, and Stefan just mentioned the problems of inclusivity and also the problems of human rights. That, I believe, is critical. Second is also the humanization of healthcare. Some people outside of our sector don't understand what we mean that machines can help humanize healthcare. But there are two aspects that we need to take into consideration when we're discussing this. First is that 70% of the time when someone steps into a family doctor's office, 70% of the time they're looking at this at the back of a screen. This is not in any way a humane approach to healthcare. We can get rid of the screen. We can transform the way the healthcare practitioners and workers actually deal with patients and go back to the fundamentals of what it is to take care of patients, to deal with health, to deliver health within healthcare settings. But also understanding that we are training across the world healthcare workers, which we saw right at the beginning of this workshop, which will be missing. Around 18 million healthcare workers will be missing just in low and middle income countries in 2030. Without the usage of digital health, and particularly of artificial intelligence, we will not be able to solve this issue. And there's things that machines are better than humans, and we should use them for that. And we should free humans to do what humans are better at. The thing is, when we look at a recent study that used a chatbot to respond to questions of patients, in which half of the responses were given by AI and half of the responses were given by medical doctors, when asking the patients which ones they consider to be most compassionate, the AI machines won. And that tells us a lot about the way we train our healthcare workers. We try to train medical doctors, pharmacists, and nurses to be machines, but machines will always win in that battle. We need to train them to be humans and use compassion. And we know that compassion actually leads to better health outcomes. So going down to the importance of this initiative and the role that IDARE can play. And as we heard here from Thomas, from Samir, from WHO, there are multiple steps that need to be addressed. I would say the most critical one is gaining trust. And that's why I believe that IDARE can play a role on the implementation stage of going from all of these standardizations, of taking on all of these frameworks and actually making them a reality. Working directly with each government, with each institution, with each multilateral organization, providing a stamp of trust as we move forward, as we are a neutral, nonprofit organization that we believe can play a critical role. And we're discussing how we can be part of such an important initiative. But we also need to address the policy and regulations needs. And in that concept, I must say that there's a lot of work to be done. And policymakers around the world, my second hat as president of Unite, the Parliamentarians Network for Global Health, I can tell you that most policymakers around the world are completely lost when it comes to AI and digital regulation in health. And this is an area that IDARE is looking at to use actually LLMs, to actually use the power of AI to provide insights and to support governments and policymakers on this tremendous task. But finally, as part of the discussions we've been having, I'd leave one last note that I think there's something that this initiative can work on in it, using its tremendous convening power, which is addressing the digital divide. And Stefan mentioned this also. We know that across sub-Saharan Africa, we know that around 50% of the population never use the internet. And the further away people live from a health clinic or a hospital, the higher the probability that they don't own a smartphone, nor do they actually have ever accessed the internet. And so we must work together and bring in other partners to make sure that we put a smartphone in every hand of every citizen around the world. This is a critical factor, or else artificial intelligence, instead of solving many of the issues that we're addressing, will actually lead to us creating even a greater divide, not only in terms of the digital divide, across the Sustainable Development Goals. We have the power through health and through artificial intelligence in a way to accelerate the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. And I believe that IDER must be a part of such an important initiative, because I believe it can have a transformational role in delivering better health for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. Lothar?
Yeah, thank you. It's really a great pleasure for me to speak here and to be able to be here today. Maybe some of you are familiar with the role I had for the last 8 years. In particular, during the last 3 years, I represented the Robert Koch Institute, which is Germany's National Public Health Institute. However, today I speak to you from an entirely different perspective, even though I have to say that public health has definitely permanently changed my professional life, and I'd like to say for the better, for sure. I've recently taken up a new position at the Hasso-Plattner Institute, which I will briefly introduce to you. It's one of the top computer science schools in Germany, and there I'm heading my own research group on digital global public health. And I'm also representing the so-called digital health cluster, which we as a research group are part of. It's a research cluster that aims to address key aspects of health, always concentrating on digital solutions, and we are working in all the areas that you can think of: prevention, diagnostic therapy, and protection. And on the individual level, we focus on supporting medical experts, of course, to adapt precision medicine, but we are also setting apart our holistic perspective that really goes beyond the individual level. We very much try to explore the population level factors such as health behavior and community-based interventions in the future. And we are particularly aware of the issue of health equity. So this is why equal access for specific population is also one of our key areas we're working on. We're also working with Data for Life, which is an independent and non-profit organization that is funded by the Hasso-Plattner Foundation. And this Data for Life is focusing on the development of secure, independent and interoperable platforms to digitalize health research and also to advance public health. That's very important. We are all aware, obviously, that digital technologies have really seeped into every corner of people's life. And AI offers many chances, as you all know, and as we have heard, for improving healthcare and global health also in particularly. And yet, at the same time, the use of AI, particularly for health purposes, presents its own sets of ethical challenges. A discussion that, given the development search, simply cannot be ignored and must be, of course, tackled by the global initiative. So I would be very happy to be part of the global initiative, and I'd like to mention 3 key aspects that I think are of great importance as we plan the key activities of this really crucial initiative. So first, something that we all learned for a long time, we have to create awareness. We need to create more awareness around this central topic, because AI really has the potential to revolutionize healthcare and also to change public health practice. Raising awareness will help educate individuals about the benefits and also, of course, risks associated. This is really important. It further helps to promote informed decision-making and ensure more transparency. Increased awareness will also foster collaboration among researchers, policymakers, and the public, and hopefully it will lead to responsible development of AI tools and suitable deployment of AI technologies for advancing also global health. And as has already been mentioned, this will also be the only way to really generate trust. And of course, we need trust with all those who work with AI in this area. And the second point that I want to make comes from my perspective as a former president of a National Public Health Institute. These National Public Health Institutes, they have a decisive role to play. Public health practice tries to improve the health of the population, reduce health disparities, promote well-being, and create the right conditions enabling every individual to lead a healthy life. Therefore, it is so important that the use of AI brings us closer to reaching public health goals, rather than taking us further away from many of these important targets, including health promotion and protection and reducing health inequities and social injustice. Against this backdrop of several global health challenges, which of course include poverty, conflict and crisis, social inequalities and migration, this is not an easy task. It will be necessary to embrace new technologies that will advance the way public health is practiced, as well as to learn to live with AI. And this is precisely the stage where vigilance and preparedness on the part of public health experts, and to that end, National Public Health Institutes, really is essential. And I'd like to mention here the International Association of National Public Health Institutes, which I'm also a member of the executive board of, which is a powerful partner. And we should really involve National Public Health Institutes, as they are some of the workhorses of the countries. And the third point I'd like to make is a point about legal, ethical, and the moral framework, of course. This has been touched already several times, and it's of utmost importance. Within the global health ecosystem, we clearly need to continue to push for a moral and ethical framework for the use of AI in health, and decide on standards and requirements that must be adhered to universally. This is, of course, not an easy task. And in the recent years, many organizations, research institutes, and private companies, many governing bodies have come out with principles and ethical guidelines for the use of AI. A few years ago, Jobin et al. Reviewed several of these guidelines and found that there's global convergence around 5 ethical principles. And I list them: transparency, justice and fairness, non-maleficency, responsibility, and privacy. Well, this is indeed a good start here, that we will but we still need best practices and standards for implementation based on these universal moral principles. AI will surely and irreversibly change the way we work in global health. As a public health professional, I wish to ensure that the use of AI brings us closer to public health goals rather than take us further away. This aspect is fundamental, and we must continue to dwell deeper on the possibilities and challenges of the use of AI in public health and healthcare, keeping in mind that while AI inherently has no moral compass, we are compelled not to forget ours, and this is for the common good. Thank you.
Thank you, Lothar. So thank you all for your statements. Each of those statements is outstanding. Now we are on a panel, so I'm trying to make this a discussion. So I would like to go through the same order one more time, but you shall not reiterate your statements. You shall go use statements made by the others and say something about them. Is that agreeable for you as panelists? I know it comes as a surprise, but Samir, you want to start?
Well, I think everyone has said very valuable points, and it's a lot of rich input for the global initiative. I think human rights, as Stefan mentioned, the equity and the inclusiveness are the core of what WHO is doing. And this was, I mean, I remember from the member state discussion when we were looking at global strategy of digital health, this was the main point of argument between member states. And I think that's what we're trying to put through this mechanism of the global initiative. The very intent that in the past we've seen a lot of vertical approaches to digital to e-health systems, and I think the investments were very fabricated and distributed across the space. So the global initiative the intention is again to bring the strengths of the different agencies and partners and leverage them to the maximum, and facilitate, as even Ricardo mentioned, we all have strengths, we all have mandates, and if we can bring them together, I think it's 1 + 1 becomes 11 kind of power. So I think that's my quick reaction to the very strong comments from all of us.
Stefan, leaving now means now, or you have time for one statement?
No, I could have a very quick one. Apologies that I have to dash off, but I do think I would like to resonate what Ricardo mentioned, but as well Ulrike. I think we really have a good opportunity to really genuinely transform the way we are doing business. And you know, I've been saying for quite some time exactly the same thing that Ricardo said, that by and large, we actually don't have healthcare systems. We have disease treatment systems. And up to date, we have the incentives fairly flipped around in a way that it's not conducive. And as we've heard with the last speaker from the Hasso-Plattner Institute, the importance of public health institutes, you know, that's where actually health systems are being strengthened and generated. It's not, unfortunately, in the medical schools of this world. That's where we focus on disease treatment. But politically, and power has for so long been in the hands of disease treatment actors. And AI really will help us to democratize health and turn it upside down, that we really move into the health promotion, preventative health investments, and improve as well the treatment side of health. So I'm very confident that if you know, together with this global initiative on AI for health, we can really turn this upside down if we are able to ensure that all actors, including private sector, including governments, are adhering to the utmost standards of human rights, inclusion, and equity. Thank you so much, and wish you a good deliberation. And to you, Thomas, and the team, good luck with the launch event tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bilal?
Yes, thank you, Thomas. I'd like to first go back to Stephen's point about the human rights and standards. There's actually the Human Rights Council Resolution 4723 that calls out the ITU specifically on the work of, on the interplay between digital technology standards and human rights. This was a few years ago. As a result, we've had some very close consultations with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. And this year we convened the World Standards Cooperation of IEC, ISO, and ITU to bring to the technical experts who develop standards the lens of human rights. So we're quite well underway in terms of bringing the awareness to our study groups and to our experts, the 11 study groups in the ITUT, as well the radio sector. Next week at the ITU Council meeting, we actually have a multi-country contribution, mostly European countries and like-minded, who actually commend the ITU for the efforts that it has taken to ensure that the work that we do has the human rights lens, and we continue that effort. The other point I wanted to, Ricardo's comments, many of the issues that you raise in terms of the access to the network, access to the smartphone, the inclusivity, the connectivity, remind me of another initiative that we launched 4 years before this one, which was the Fiji Financial Inclusion Global Initiative that was actually guiding us in designing this particular initiative on global health. It started in 2014 in a focus group on digital financial services and inclusion. And we partnered with the World Bank and the Bank of International Settlements with funding from the Gates Foundation to increase the financial inclusion. There were 2.1 billion adults without a bank account. And as a result of the focus group and the global initiative, we're now down to 1.2 billion worldwide. And you can imagine the implications of financial inclusion in terms of microcredits, reducing poverty, and many of the issues in terms of trusting the financial system on your smartphone, having access to a smartphone, having access to the network, and also being inclusive from youth and gender and women are very similar. And many of the standards that we have developed in the process of the Financial Inclusion Global Initiative will probably also needed in the healthcare sector. We can reuse some of them. So just to reinforce the fact that we have tried this path and it had tremendous success with the global initiative on financial inclusion, but this will give us more confidence in this initiative that we are embarking on AI for health. Thank you.
Thank you, Bilal. Ulrike?
Sure. I mean, I'll keep it short because I subscribe to everything everyone said before me. I guess from my side, the biggest takeaway is I can already see the magic happening on this panel and around the room, because what I hear is the guiding principles that we all have, the take that we all have on AI and health, for ethics, human-centric, transparent. I think everyone around the table subscribes to exactly the same principles, but also what we can bring to the table is incredibly complementary. And it sort of reminds me of, in English, there's a saying, 2 heads are better than 1. I believe there's a Japanese saying that it takes 3 people to make a genius. So I'm just super excited what we all can do when we put our heads together, because clearly there is so much that we have in common and so much that is complementary.
Thank you, Ulrike. Ricardo?
Many of the comments that I heard here reminded me the conclusions of a very interesting book that came out this year called Power and Progress, that looks at the 1,000 years of impact of technologies across human societies. And the truth is, we have seen that in the vast majority of times, technological advances have led to the worsening of life standards instead of making them better as the promise that normally they are presented with. The exceptions throughout those 1,000 years have always been when humanity has come together to develop and implement these technologies in a way that is inclusive. And so I think we've heard across the board from all of the speakers different approaches on the issue of inclusivity, human rights, on also my esteemed colleague from Robert Koch Institute on the issue of awareness. All of these issues, I think, are critical moving forward and need to be addressed by the global initiative in this multidisciplinary approach and multi-institutional approach that I think we are discussing here. Building the trust, aligning incentives towards making sure that these technologies actually lead to better well-being of the population is critical. It is very typical for us to sometimes try to transform what we do in the analogic world or in the non-AI world into AI platforms that just repeat many of the mistakes. We see this, for example, in universal health coverage, where everyone is calling for universal health coverage, but in many parts of the world, we're actually seeing these broken disease models being exported to low and middle income countries, which will lead to unsustainability and the rise of the burden of disease, when we should be using artificial intelligence, particularly in low and middle income countries, to help us leapfrog. And so, what was just mentioned here in the initiative on financial inclusion, I think this was a very good example of many others that are out there of how standardization, accreditation of creating those stamps of trust that I mentioned before that IDARE aims to provide can actually play a critical role building up on what those lessons learned from other initiatives. And the global initiative, I think, should actually benchmark from those best practices to make sure that we achieve impact, not forgetting what our North Star is. Everything we do must respond to the question, does this make life on the planet better? Are we promoting better health outcomes and well-being? Are we leading to greater equity or inequity? If we cannot answer those questions, we have to go back to the drawing board to make sure that we fix the technology before deploying it, because we want to make the world a better place and not worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. Lothar?
Yeah, there's really not much to add to all what has been said, but I'm thinking a lot about risks and benefits, and obviously we are those who see the benefits and who want to be the benefits implemented to solve humanity, to really help the people. But I'm from a country where over the last decades technological innovation has been viewed as very skeptical. The German population is very, very often very reluctant to really have progress in technical progression and evolution. So basically, what I just can ask all of us to really deep dive into this discussion. What are the risks? What are the benefits? What do we have to do that the benefits overcome the risks? Because we always will have this discussion. In each and every case that we will work on, we will be thrown with these questions, and we should have good answers. And therefore, we really have to deliver best practices. We have to deliver certain solutions that we can show to the world that they bring novelty and bring really advantages for the people. And I'm also seeing this, I see the health systems are in many countries mostly disease treatment systems. And I personally see exactly, at least when you look, again, when I look at Germany, it's really dramatic. The digitization of the health system is nothing else but transforming analogous tools into digital tools, which is a loss of possibilities of digitization. And we really should use this and make the people understand that here we really will be able to divide these different columns, these pillars. What we really bring, we will be able to bring this together, but we have to lead by example. Otherwise, we're running in this debate, and it's not easy. It's a very emotional debate, and we all know many examples already where AI solutions have been based on biases and caused harm. And we have to be aware of this, and we have to discuss about this. I think this is my main point. If we can bring good examples and lead by example, we can really get a change, but it's a tough, long journey.
Thank you all very, very much. I think the path we've taken, the first output, official output of the focus group has been the ethics work. That came first, and not like, oh, by the way, we forgot about ethics. No, we started with that. And I think we have a very strong foundation here with regards to our understanding, how we want to do this. I still believe we need to improve inclusiveness. We need to improve diversity. We will do that. I am optimistic that the next 5 years will make us jump an order of magnitude forwards relative to where we are, at least. And I just learned that the next AI for Good Summit is on the 20th to 24th of May, 2024. And I'll probably be asked to report then. So please help. Without anybody here and everybody out there, there will be nothing accomplished. So only us together can bring this forward, plus all those people who don't know yet that they will happily participate in this. Please help, and we can report a very good step forward for this amazing opportunity that has been given to us. Thank you so much. Moving on with our workshop. Thank you. Yeah, I think the next item are the flash panels, right? And I can
talk about it. Yeah. All right, so I'll switch from a panelist to the moderator now. Thanks so much. See you later. So we have still a lot of discussion. There's very rich and enriching discussions. Thanks, Thomas. In terms of the thought processes from the policymakers, how we're going forward. We will have now two flash panel presentations from WHO and the health sites of FIND and WHO. The first one is from Matthew on the ongoing work on X-rays, cancer X-rays, diagnostics, and the CAD diagnostics work, which is growing immensely at WHO. So we thought that we're introducing the new format to have some flash panels, and hopefully these will grow as we go forward. So Matt, I think you're going first. They're meant to be flash panels, so we want to have a quick understanding of what's going on in the stream. What is the potential with the intent that we invite more people to join the discussions as we go forward. So Matthew, over to you. You would need to sit down though, sorry. Yes, okay, it's centralized.
Oh boy. Okay. Okay, great. Thanks to Eva for introducing or inviting me today. It's been a great couple of days of learning from you all. My name is Matt Arntz. I'm a senior technical consultant at FIND. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our experience with evaluation of chest X-ray CAD products, AI products that read chest X-rays for TB and other findings. I'm told I have 10 minutes, so I'm not going to cover nearly all of the work we're doing, but I would encourage you just to reach out to me or to Rigveda Kadam, who's my boss and the head of digital, who's also here. So with that in mind, one brief slide about FIND and where we work for those of you who don't know us. We're a non-for-profit, which was established in 2003 with the goal of spurring diagnostic innovation and improving access to diagnostics in global populations. We are based in Geneva, but we have country offices in India, Vietnam, Kenya, and South Africa. And we really work in projects across diagnostics from R&D all the way to access. The prioritization of diagnostics, we think, is high value given the large diagnostic gap that often contributes to the overall treatment gap. It's estimated about 50% of the world's population don't have access to adequate diagnostics, and that percentage is much greater at the last mile. So we also work with a couple of policy organizations. We are a co-convener of the Access to COVID-19 Accelerator. We also are a WHO Collaborating Center for Laboratory Strengthening and Diagnostic Technology Evaluation. And in addition, even though we are a non-for-profit, we do work with industry partners in the right settings to improve fit for use in populations that we prioritize. What I'm going to talk to you about today predominantly is around the FIND validation platform. And this is a platform I lead at FIND. And I'll start by telling you a little bit about the structure and then how we're using it. So this environment in some ways is pretty similar to the Open Code Initiative, and we've actually had a couple of conversations with Mark about the similarities. Our prioritization, as I said, is really around chest X-ray CAD now, but the idea behind the platform is that a developer can install a digital product in a virtual environment to their specifications, and then a FIND can, after that install is deemed appropriate, can close access to the developer and then
expose the software to our high quality data sets and get sort of iterative standardized performance evaluations. And in the setting of chest X-ray CAD, we've already done a lot of work around this and installing software. We've operationalized a process for this, and we've learned a lot about the process, to be honest, in that setting. And we've worked a lot with developers to understand how to, first of all, ensure installation is the way they want it, but then secondly, to allow for independent evaluation so that we can really demonstrate its value or lack of value in the populations we care about. And to do that, I want to talk a little bit about the sort of area where FIND really has a lot of strength around the data collection and the reporting and evaluations. Our initial use case, as I told you, was around chest X-ray CAD. This is some of the work that we did to support the WHO policy in 2021, which was the first policy in the TB department on use of AI-based diagnostics. What we did, along with some other partners, is use the validation platform I just showed you to evaluate the 3 commercial products that were available at the time. And the way we did that is we collected high-quality independent X-ray data sets with highest quality metadata around laboratory reference standards. And then we had all of them read by expert radiologists. And the result was really a performance analysis that we could represent for all the developers, shown here in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. The ROC curves are in comparison to the laboratory reference standards. The crosshairs are in comparison to a radiologist read. And so what you can see is we found performance was pretty good, and that that performance allowed, with the support from FIND and some other evidence, the WHO to make that first recommendation that CAD software can be used as an alternative to a human reader in adults being screened or triaged for TB. We have a number of data sets, and I guess what I would say is, much like the WHO ITU initiative, we have many partners in this data collection. We couldn't do it alone. We have over 13,000 chest X-ray images, and those are from multiple countries and sites. They're defined by use case. Here we're showing the adult chest X-ray use cases, but we're also building to other evaluations, and that includes pediatric TB, it includes high HIV prevalent populations, and then it also includes non-TB findings, which include currently pneumonia and COVID-19. And these are just representations of those data sets, again, with the partners. I think it's meant to highlight each of these data sets requires us to kind of curate them with partners to get best data for evaluation. But then when we turn to the evaluation, our data principles are in line with the WHO ITU principles that were discussed, I think, this morning and yesterday. We curate these images and clinical data from key use cases. All the relevant ethical permissions are obtained. And importantly, none of the images that we collect are ever shared with CAD developers for training. And so this allows us to really independently evaluate these images. Having a large data set also allows us to pull a sampled case cohort design where we can pull images from different populations and different settings so that we don't overrepresent one area or one population in our evaluations. And as I mentioned, they're all linked to high quality laboratory and radiologist reference standards. We then standardize reporting, and so the performance evaluation is sort of the first part of what we do. We also evaluate subgroups for bias. That includes by sex, by age groups, by geographic distribution, and other key comorbidities. And then we're also operationalizing additional evaluations. So as I showed you guys, the WHO recommendation is around use of chest X-ray CAD as an alternative to a human reader. So we're thinking more about some of the other roles human readers play in sort of evaluating erroneous chest X-rays and not inadvertently interpreting them if that's inadequate for interpretation. And then that all contributes to an overall performance assessment that we can share with the WHO and with other policy and procurement partners to help with decision-making around use.
But I guess what I'd end with the little time I have left, is to talk a little bit about this AI-based diagnostics approach that we have. And I think of it as sort of a bottom-up approach. There's a lot of wording on this slide. I don't want you to focus on it too much, but we really start with identifying where there is true promise in opportunity around technologies. And so chest X-ray CAD was an area that we knew was mature enough for consideration. We then do a comprehensive landscape, engage with developers, and build high quality data sets to allow us to independently evaluate those products. And then lastly, we validate them independently. And it requires sort of a lot of work across with policymakers and other stakeholders, as well as industry, to make sure we get this right. And when I think of the WHO ITU initiative, I think of your work across sort of the product life cycle, which I've represented here. A lot of the work FIND does in diagnostics also covers this entire life cycle. But what we're really doing in validation is testing, or sort of proving performance in the populations we care about. There's a lot more we do in this space, and I guess all I would say is we can chat more about that here. But I think as these tools become more mature, we're very interested in not only sort of ideal performance evaluations, but also considerations of local optimization, threshold setting, and other post-deployment monitoring and evaluation, and how we can sort of help that and encourage that for local partners. So with that, I'll stop. A lot of acknowledgements. Many of them are up here. The FIND team involves a number of different members from across the TB and the digital and data science teams. And then we have a lot of external data sharing partners, many of which are listed here. So thanks.
Thanks. There's a lot of exciting work there and a lot of hard work going into the process and sort of shaping into a plan where it can get delivered as we go forward. We open very quickly for a couple of questions. There's one here. Ron, please.
Yes, okay. Thanks for a very interesting presentation. I was wondering, when you evaluate these AI tools, are you requiring the AI product to be installed in your environment, or?
Yes, we are. So we have contractual single-use licenses with the developers, and the value to them is we found a couple of areas where there's value, but predominantly for a lot of these developers, which are early stage, it's independent evaluations, which helps them. And then secondarily with WHO and with other procurement partners, that's an incentive for them to be involved so that they can be considered by those organizations.
So have you found that to be like a challenge for the AI developers to have their AI to be installed? Is it
so
typically?
we sign a NDA and a contractual agreement so that we don't share their secret sauce, right? But I think beyond that, we've had really good relationships with these developers. Many of them, encouragingly, are from, there are two from India and others from Southeast Asia, where this has actually helped with their the evidence, or sort of the publicity around their product. And so we hosted a FIND-led meeting on March 8th, and we had, I think, 20 different CAD developers involved, either online or in person. And we found it to be sort of a positive relationship. And we've actually interviewed them to understand how to make it better. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so very, very nice presentation, thank you. In terms of data modality, what do you allow to be evaluated? Do you allow only image to be evaluated, but also can it, your data that you have, the high data quality that you use, does it include also, let's say, a more generic HR, tabular data, or only images?
Yeah, so the way the current environment is set up, it allows us to expand to different data types. So currently it involves predominantly installation of software that evaluates for DICOM, JPEG, other chest radiograph images. But the platform is set up that we could install, for instance, software that evaluates cough sound, software that evaluates videos. And as long as that software can be installed in our environment, we can expose it to the data that we have and get a score or kind of a performance result.
Thanks. Any other questions at this stage? Thanks. I mean, just to mention, the value of this work is important because the chest X-ray diagnostics can be applied in different disease areas. TB, of course, is one of them, but we've seen in pneumonia or COVID times. And the group in WHO is discussing how this can be replicated in other disease areas. So the same technology going cross-cutting in different domains. And I think that's what I want to encourage this group is learnings from one area of work that you're doing may have multiple applications. And I think that's what the focus group and the global initiative will also try to leverage as much as possible. Thank you so much, Matt. There's a lot of work going on.
Thanks.
We now request Brian to talk about the WHO Hive project, which seems very exciting, but I'm looking forward to hearing from it. And thanks, Brian, for the very last minute invite discussion. So over to you.
Yeah, thank you for inviting us. And thank you to the lady who actually lent me the power pack as well. It was that last minute I had to rush from the office. And so I will be presenting on the Hive project. I can just share my screen. So I'm a technical officer at WHO. I work on the Hive project. Previously, I was working in pharmacovigilance in vaccine safety, and then I moved into the emergency department and worked on the infodemic management team. So I can't just see the, how do I get this down? I can't actually see the bottom of the screen, sorry, let me just quickly go. There you go. And so why am I here? I'm going to be talking about communities and not so much about the AI and the platform that we're using, because the USP is actually all about the communities on our platform. And so we are about bringing people and communities together, and that is the Hive. And so we all know that emergencies start and end in communities. And so it's up to us to reach out, listen to them, and give them a platform, and give them access to the best available scientific information. And also that we also know that trust is hard to gain, but easy to lose. So information is only accepted and trusted if coming from the community and from reliable sources. We've learned from the pandemic that in the start of the emergency, people tend to look for information on a global level. But as the pandemic or the emergency is circulating, people look for information that's close to them because they're concerned about themselves, their family, and their loved ones. And so they're always looking for local information from local sources delivered by people that they trust. And so in the beginning of the pandemic, we at WHO, in the Department of Epidemic and Pandemic Preparedness, convened 3 working groups to listen to 3 communities so that we understand the broad issues that they're facing. First one was the world of work, and the Faith Network, which covers 50 different faith leaders and communities globally, and also the Youth Council. What we realized, though, is that we needed one place to allow them to actually work together. And so it's not enough that we convene them individually. We actually needed to empower them so that they can actually share their knowledge, best practice that they've learned with each other. So it's not just a top-down approach. And so this is where I start introducing the Hive platform. And so this is a digital community space that provides access to the trusted health information and fosters engagement for community-centered solutions for health emergency preparedness and response. And what we mean by community-centered solutions is actually connecting the people together so that when we hear about the same questions and concerns being raised from different communities, that they can actually share that with others and convene different working groups with similar interests like this on AI. And so this is our vision to facilitate meaningful and systematic connection and collaboration. I won't read all of it. And this is a short video which, okay, let me just see if I can play it here. There is no order on this. This is actually a video that we're going to be playing at our stand in the next 2 days. So if you want to learn more, please come visit us on the UN SDG stand, where we'll be able to tell you more. And so, but the three main things that we really want to embrace and empower the communities by is connect with them, collaborate, and engage. And so the Hive platform actually provides features and tools to allow communities to do their work, but also not limit them to just one platform. We're not here to be world beaters and compete with Google, Microsoft, or Slack, or any other features. We're just here to actually provide the platform for the communities to be able to keep all their resources in one place, almost like a community notice board. And so the community knows where to go when they need to look for information, who to ask for on the community forum, and also what events and meetings are being scheduled next. But then we don't expect them to live on the Hive. It is just a place where a launching pad. So if they actually do work on Google Drive, then that's fine. Then we link to Google Drive and allow them to work on there. This isn't, WHO is not, we're not developers. And this isn't a commercial tool. This is really about the communities, as I said before. And I'll continue with the presentation. And so these were some of the tools that were shown in the previous video. We have collaboration tools such as chat, community forums, and then a bit like Slack, we can, organize the discussions into specific themes. We have actually integrated Zoom onto the platform. So we have licenses freely available for communities that might not be able to afford licenses for themselves. And we also have what we call a Hive Drive, which is a repository for people to store their documents, add collaborators, and share it with different working groups. And then the bit that probably you're more interested in is the AI element. And so we actually do scrape trustworthy sources of information, predominantly from the EIOS database, but also from verified communities that are on the Hive platform. And so we use a machine learning algorithm to connect the interests of the individual with the latest articles. And so for this one, for instance, we're using transformers to actually understand the context of the text. And so we're not just using keywords. And so there you can see it's actually a summary of the article for those that are time poor. But how do we actually leverage AI to not just surface up information? We're using the search also to connect people's needs and questions with the users on the platform. So if you're interested in an epidemiologist that's able to speak on the media, with media training in Zambia, you can type that in the search, and then that will actually give up what you saw there before. Not only it'll search the communities, the articles, but also the users on there. So we're connecting people on the platform. And if I can quickly just go through some of the different communities on the platform so that you can see that every community is different and their needs are different, but they use the Hive in different ways, but for the same purpose, to actually engage, connect with their members, because the Hive platform facilitates that engagement to give them more time to do the important things with their members, and that is delivering outputs and organizing activities. And so this one is a Young Leaders Network for public health carers. And so they are using the platform as a one-stop shop for all their resources. There's their discussions, their monthly meetings to prepare for a specific event in Astana later this year. And so what they need is community engagement. And so that's what the platform delivers by delivering these tools and putting everyone in one place. This is another group, the Vaccine Safety Network, which is a network of over 100 organizations providing reliable information on vaccine safety. Now, this is a working group working with the Pulsar platform, which is a social listening platform, which they used during the pandemic to listen to questions and concerns in a local area, so that they can actually create communication messages which will reach their audience. They also use that platform to then measure the success of their communication, not just in engagement and reach and shares, but actually for impact. Actually, when their messages have been sent out, what do actually people do with it? Do they click through? Do they find more information? And so they needed this the Hive platform to actually have a place where they can share insights from each other, because these 100 organizations come from about 50 different countries. And so they're all doing very similar searches, but on a very localized level. And so to share those insights with each other on the platform. And finally, one of the final slides, if I have time, is an AEFI global monitoring community. So they collect data from all around the globe to monitor adverse events following immunization. And so they have 130 monitoring centers that routinely monitor this data to pick up any insights and analyze actually what's happening with various vaccines around the world. And so this, they needed the Hive for security, because at the moment they're using, I think, Microsoft SharePoint, and they're having trouble with access. Well, our platform has been designed with IMT and goes through all the rigorous privacy and security protocols at WHO. And so we provide a link to their Power BI dashboard, but ultimately we want to integrate that in so that it's a one-stop shop for people to do their analysis. And I will stop there. And I'm joined here today by the team lead, Luby, that's out there, and also John, who's part of the team as well. And like I said, we'll be on level 1 in the UN SDG sort of level. So come visit us if you're interested on the Hive, and we'll be able to discuss more then. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brian. Interesting concept in some way of integrating technology into network and community building. I have already ideas, but let me open up for the floor first. Is there any questions or comments? No, it's probably time for coffee. That's what people are dozing off. But a quick question. I mean, this group of this community which has been developed in terms of AI is looking at the sort of positiveness of AI, but obviously there'll be discussion forums that would be needed for AI community, or this. We already have 100+ partners. Can we leverage Hive in some form to see how AI can be used for healthcare if we want to collaborate, since it's a WHO product already?
Absolutely. And I think one of the reasons why we're here is actually we're not looking for just existing communities, but actually bringing people with similar interests together. I am actually in another working group for AI for pharmacovigilance. I'm seeing how they can leverage AI there. But the learnings that they're in that working group can be transferred to other health topics. And so it's important that there is this shared environment where people can freely move and share sort of their understanding, their knowledge and experience on AI for other health topics.
Last question before I break in. How do you use AI to manage this group? Do you at all?
This group or this community?
The Hive.
We don't use AI to manage as such. As we say, we are about the communities and less about the tool. We use the AI to augment and help rather than sort of manage, I guess.
Well, thank you very much, Brian. That was very helpful. I hope we've got some food for thought for this group, and maybe we have some communities on AI for health under the Hive as we go forward in the global initiative. With that, we take a coffee break. All right, let's get started. So as I mentioned before going to coffee break, the intention of this workshop was very structured and orchestrated in a way where we heard from the policy thinkers about their role on the global initiative in the previous panel, and now we want to see the implementers and actually on the field people. And we have, together with my co-conspirator Shada, we'll try and moderate the session. Shada has very nicely, conveniently lost her voice almost, so I'll do most of the talking. But the thought behind is Shada's here. And we'll keep it simple, but again, as Thomas had triggered, the intent is to try and understand, as we prepare for the global initiative, how do you see, as your personal perspective and the work you're doing, this global initiative in AI helping and building the work, and how can we collaborate in this space? So that's how I think we want to shape in. Let me first introduce the very esteemed and gender balanced panel, I would say, for sure. I'll start on the screen as we have it. I have Dr. Mariam Nu, who's very kindly joined us from Riyadh. Mariam is leading the work on frontier technologies at the King Abdullah's Aziz City of Science and Technology, and we've been in close discussions with Mariam and the team on already looking at collaborations for the global initiative. So thanks, Mariam, for joining in. I have Dr. Andre with me as well, and it was pleasant to meet you. I met Andre, I think, about a year ago, just under a year, yeah. Where we took a trip down to EDAP, and not knowing that in the woods of Switzerland, we have such a big institute working on AI research for the last 30-35 years. So I was pleasantly surprised, and I look forward to discussing with you. Then we have Rigvida, a long-term, co-conspirator in this work. Rigvida's support for the focus group has been immense, and we've worked with FIND extensively, and we look forward to some of the discussions on the diagnostics as we go forward. Rohit, who's been a main author on the ethics guidance, which have been spoken along, has worked cross-cutting, has had several hats as board member of United and other areas, and is a lawyer. So it was eminent to have a lawyer on the panel as well, to make sure we are going on the right side. Andrew, of course, has spoken there. He is all the way back there, but has spoken to the group and is not a new member, but from the academic perspective, Andrew brings in the discussions today. And then we have Dr. Pradeep Dua, who has a double hat. He has worked in the government of India in the traditional medicine segment, and now is second to WHO. So he will speak on both the hats as a discussion as a country implementer and now as a policymaker in the discussions. So let me start off with the first question for all the panels, and I'll go right from the right, or maybe from the left to the right for the first round. The question is, if you want to just introduce your work, it's a diverse group. So I would request you in the next 2 to 3 minutes, if you can introduce what you're doing in terms of AI tied to the global initiatives work, what you're not doing, if you want to talk about that, but I would probably rather hear what you are doing. So maybe start with Andrew, over to you.
From your left.
From my left, correct, yes. That is correct.
Anything to sort of delay.
You're testing me with the chat GPT prompts here now.
Rookie mistake already. I've been chairing the global, the group for cooperation and outreach, and we've been just running lots of activities to connect to local groups. I had some notes ready, but I won't read them. I might use them, but I've got the kind of words I've got is local, trust, capacity, existential. That's a mystery. What is our existential? Why are we here? What's the existential reason? So and what we're not doing, I'm not sure yet what we're not doing actually. We're trying to respond to our colleagues around the world, creating networks and capacity. We're trying to make it that that everybody has a voice. I'm trying to think on the existential basis, what is the purpose of this? And I think we're not really an AI-focused initiative. We're a people-focused initiative, ultimately. And I'm thinking to one or two of the things that were said earlier. For example, Thomas was talking about strengthening health workers and adding to the health worker capacity. Well, I've worked with colleagues who work with this question of low resources and low health worker resources. And the key thing, you can think we'll give them more money, we'll subsidize whatever. What the key thing seems to be in low resource settings is to increase the value of health workers, make them feel that they increase their sense of value. And that's not just health workers, that's all kinds of other workers. And we'll get success if they feel that they're valued, and that's at the core. So although we're talking at a very global level, I'm very much thinking of these local issues. That's enough for now, I think. Thank you.
I mean, you guys have been doing amazing work. Again, this is just my basic. Sorry, my mic. You've been doing instrumental work in terms of AI and CACs as well. What are the current achievements that you guys are working on, and how do you see this going forward?
Thank you, Samir, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today. So first of all, let me give a quick introduction and overview of what is CACST, or the organization I'm coming from. So King Abdulaziz City of Science and Technology is basically the national research labs of Saudi Arabia. We recently have been going into doing re-strategy and focusing our work and efforts into 4 main priority areas. So these are healthcare and wellness, energy and industry, sustainability, environment, and finally, economies of the future. I'm currently, as my role within CACST, I'm leading the economies of the future sector, which basically encompasses the utilization of emerging technologies into different areas. So, for example, how we can utilize AI within the healthcare system, how can we use drones and robotics into delivering, for example, healthcare supplies in remote areas, and the like the utilization of AR and VR technologies in order to train future, for example, doctors or practitioners. I'm trying to provide more examples that falls within the healthcare system, just for the nature of the workshop today, but we for sure cover different domains and sectors as well. To give some examples of the work that we have done in the past. So for example, during the COVID situation, CACST response towards helping the government and the society in general in terms of applying different technologies to minimize the spread of the disease within the kingdom. So for example, we worked with the Ministry of Health within Saudi Arabia in order to develop a platform or a system that actually simulates and analyzes the spread of the disease within different neighborhoods. So we built a digital twin of the city of Riyadh that encompasses multiple data sources. So for example, where are the schools, the workplaces, the points of interest, reflecting the population density across the city, the movement of the people, and then tried to build on top of that a system that allow you to do what if scenarios. So what if I apply the policy of working from home or schooling from home? How would that minimize the spread of the disease? So that sort of a digital twin in terms of the prediction of the spread of the disease was enforced and was very successful in terms of the prediction and the accuracy of the spread. For sure, it was modeled after COVID, but it can be replicated in different kinds of infectious diseases in general. Another example that we worked on as well is in terms of applying or utilizing drones to detect the people in congested areas who have high fevers. Detection, for example, compliance to certain regulation like having masks on or not, and then informing decision makers to take appropriate response. So these are just some examples of the projects that we worked on, and I keep it for that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Miriam. I'll come back with follow-up to you. Let me go to Dr. Pradeep first. Dr. Pradeep, as an implementer and coming from a very specialized stream on traditional medicine, WHO has passed a resolution on traditional medicine and trying to look at this as well. And with the Global Center now, there is a work stream on AI and traditional medicine. How does this sort of, what is the ongoing work, if you want to talk about it, and how can we, where's that?
Thank you, Samir. Thank you so much. At the outset, I am really, filled with gratitude for this forum to giving me an opportunity. And I would start with the disclaimer. I'm not an IT expert, so please forgive me for any fumbles related to IT-related terminology and technology. So I'm a traditional medicine doctor, and as Samir said, that I had the privilege to serve in the government, in the Ministry of Ayush in Government of India. For formulation of policy regarding research and practice in traditional systems of medicine, especially Ayurveda. And recently became a part of WHO family, and I'm working as a technical officer in the traditional complementary and integrative medicine unit in WHO. Samir, as you have rightly said, that technology has to be adopted in healthcare per se, but at the same time, the traditional medicine is not untouched from this. And rather, I would say, emphasize in this forum that traditional medicine needs the help of technology even more. Because we all understand that traditional medicine comes by virtue of large legacy or historical database, and which needs to be consolidated at some point of time, so that there is minimum subjectivity when it comes to treatment or diagnostics applied to it. Whenever we talk about traditional medicine, the biggest question that comes, which everybody raises, although we know that 170 member states of WHO have reported the usage of traditional medicine, but still the biggest question that comes forward is, what is the evidence? Is this system of medicine really effective? Is it safe? Or is it compatible with the so-called conventional system of medicine? And the answers comes only by virtue of technology. So in WHO, we are working on a project on international classification of diseases, which would help in codifying and standardizing these terminologies related to mortality and morbidity statistics that we use in the field of healthcare sector. So with the implementation of these codes, and now we are working on traditional medicine related codes also. So this is called the TM Module 2. Module 1 was related to traditional Chinese medicine, Kampo, and Korean medicine. And now Module 2 is related to Ayurveda, Siddha, and Unani systems of medicine for the purpose of codifying and giving them the appropriate codes. So now we will have actual mortality and morbidity statistics in reference to what is the safety efficacy profile of traditional systems of medicine. Not only this, by virtue of our policy documents in WHO, we are trying to emphasize on use of hospital management information systems and use of electronic health records, which are very common in conventional system of medicine, but the traditional systems of medicine are yet to adopt and adapt to this. So we are trying to encourage the member states to go for HMIS systems. And of course, documentation of traditional knowledge by virtue of large databases, like I would like to share an example of Traditional Knowledge Digital Library, TKDL database, which is there in, maintained in India by Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. And it's a huge database of nearly 2 million formulations covering the Indian systems of medicine. It's a searchable database. As of now, it is shared by the patent offices across the world on non-disclosure agreement basis, so that to prevent any biopiracy related to traditional medicine and herbals per se. So these are the few initiatives, Samir, and we look forward to indicating and touching upon similar initiatives in a more emphatic manner in our new strategy for the traditional medicine, which is going to address the decade from 2025. Thank you so much.
Dr. Pradeep. It's a very important and interesting area that we're looking at integrating AI being the intertwiner between the traditional medicine, the regular complementary medicines, and the other areas of medicine as well, so that we can provide the best care services. So I'll come to that in a bit of detail. Andre, over to you to hear about EDAP and the great work you've been doing for the last 30 years on AI. Who would have thought?
Right, exactly. Thanks for having me, first of all. As you said, so EDAP is an institute. It's compared to university standards, a small institute. We are about 200 people. We have been working with AI for the past 30 years, a little bit more than 30 years now. So we have gone through at least one big AI winter and we have survived to all that. So to prove that AI does have a place in the world, EDAP, as an AI institute, has a motto which says AI for society. Okay, and we divide our work in 3 different pillars. We have a pillar that's dedicated to education, another that's dedicated to the research, academic research, and innovation, so technology transfer to other parties. And with that, we help the local tissue of companies, but also large players. My particular group is called Biosignal Processing Group, and we are acting exactly right in the money here with the AI for health, because it's about developing AI for health, right, for health applications. We have projects in different areas. Some of the areas do intersect with the work you're doing here, with a particular interest for diagnostics. We have, for example, projects in ophthalmology for analyzing fundus data or angiography data, analysis of sleep disorders, angiology with computed tomography. We also have work together with our partners in Brazil on tuberculosis analysis, but also in analysis of surgery risk. And more recently, our group got granted a project as well on demographic fairness, which is a subject which is very dear to me, and as I understand, is also dear to this community. Now, if I think about the AI for health policies that I have the privilege to see here in the past 2 days, I was also here yesterday looking at your various presentations from the topic groups, which were very interesting. I think there are basically 3 things that would interest me, and I think that would have an impact on academic research. The first is how you conduct evaluation policies. The second, how you collect and how you share data. So what are the policies for allowing everybody to access data? I mean, not only the research, but also for the continuity of existing health services, even more in low research settings. And of course, the outreach. How do you contact the various partners so that you can get access to the data, propose solutions, and so on and so forth? And I think I'll stop there.
Thank you, Andre. I was the moderator here. You put the questions to the moderator himself. But this is great points for discussion as we take forward. And these are very good points. I mean, the 3 areas that we discussed, so we'll come to them. Rigveda, we saw some snippet today of the work, which is into this. Yeah, we saw the snippet of the work today that's happening already. But what additional things and how do you summarize the amazing amount of work that Find is doing on AI?
Thanks, Samir. I'll try my best. And hi, everyone. I'm Rigveda Kadam. I lead the digital health portfolio at Find, which I think you already heard from my colleague, Matt. We are a not-for-profit, and our mission is to ensure equitable access to diagnostics and diagnostic data and services in low and middle income countries. And to then support that mission, our work can be summarized across 3 pillars. The first one is around supporting innovators to better understand the complexities of the market and the health system that they are building towards. For example, we are partnering with Norskin Foundation and Novartis Foundation, as well as the Ministry of Health in Rwanda, where we've set up with them the Health Tech Hub Africa. And the sole purpose of that Health Tech Hub is to identify innovators from the African continent who are working on diagnostic or overall health related challenges. And from the Find perspective, our contribution is to help them understand the market, the health system, the end user preferences, as well as the policy landscape where they are looking to introduce their products. The second component of our work is primarily around policy information as well as evidence generation, and where, of course, being a WHO collaborating center for lab strengthening and diagnostic technology evaluation, we benefit a lot from all the work that the WHO has done on setting forth the ethics and governance as well as frameworks for evaluation of these technologies. What we then do and what Matt had also presented, is take these guidances and then apply them to use cases that are relevant for the overall SDGs as well as also for LMICs. And that takes the form of either then supporting the evaluation of CAD products so that overall tuberculosis screening and diagnostic accuracy is improved, or then it also involves working with partners to then understand how to capture end user preferences for some of these technologies. The third and final pillar of our work is around providing a link to implementation, and that involves understanding the market dynamics, the licensing and pricing overall. While this is definitely a more well thought out and established field for traditional diagnostics, I think for AI, it's still very much evolving. So while we are working along with everybody here to address that, I would say that's also still a nascent area of work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vigveda. Rohit, you've seen the different domains, especially more recently the work on pharmaceuticals and the challenges around that. And I wanted to talk to that a bit of how AI has gamut across different domains on pharmaceuticals, and also based on the experience we work with United and the work we've been doing with the expert group. We've done so much work already, I mean, especially under your leadership. What are the areas that sort of have the strongest potential for AI at this stage? Sorry, I'm putting you for a different spot question here.
That's all right.
But I want to sort of challenge ourselves with that.
Yeah, so I guess, in the past, most of the work has been on disseminating the guidance and just making sure we're sort of trying to create a level playing field, so to speak, in terms of, trying to get these main principles out as many places as possible. And I think now the challenge is that we're sort of running to play catch up in a lot of different places at once. So one area that we've looked at over the last 6 to 8 months is the use of artificial intelligence in drug development and in access. So what you see increasingly is not AI being used on an end-to-end basis to develop new drugs and vaccines, but you see specific applications of artificial intelligence at every stage of drug development. So you see it in basic scientific research, and I think a lot of people especially look at, for instance, the work that DeepMind had done, and now actually more recently Meta, in terms of trying to determine how proteins will fold. You see it in basic drug design in terms of actually developing drugs de novo through using computer-assisted models. You see it in preclinical research in terms of predicting the toxicity of a drug, and then also in clinical development in terms of identifying people who would actually qualify for clinical trials, trying to develop clinical trials that will have a greater success, a greater likelihood of success in terms of improving adherence. And then finally, we see it also being used after a drug has been approved on the market in terms of manufacturing and in terms of marketing and in terms of deployment. So all of that is exciting, but I think the challenge is as this moves forward very quickly, a lot of it is being driven by private sector investment, and that means that ultimately a lot of the public health considerations are being left behind in terms of applying artificial intelligence towards diseases that primarily affect people in developing countries, in terms of focusing too much on trying to move drugs as quickly as possible through the pipeline and not focusing as much on ensuring that we're developing drugs for all indications and also for all populations. And then ultimately focusing so much on trying to find the right ways to do clinical trials that we end up leading towards practices that move towards surveillance. And then all the other ethical challenges and considerations are also of concern. So one of the things that we're doing now is trying to build out guidance to basically identify what are these different risks and benefits, and ultimately to be able to provide advice that can be useful to regulators, to companies, and to civil society. The other area that we're working on that has a lot of potential and also a lot of risks is with large language models. So what we see is large language models are now being used across different parts of healthcare. It's being used in diagnosis and clinical care from both a provider and a patient perspective. It's being used for medical nursing education. It's being used in administrative and clerical tasks, and it's being used in research and drug development. But again, this also brings up a lot of different risks and concerns. And I think one of the things that we're grappling with now is not thinking of AI just in terms of a single developer or a single company that's developing a technology, but a value chain approach in which you have a lot of different participants that are developing a technology from the foundation models through to the applications. And I think that brings a whole new set of challenges in terms of deciding where the rights and responsibilities lie to make this effectively work and to ensure that all of the ethical considerations are being taken into account.
Thanks, Rohit. That's a very important. And now there's a focus on specific use cases and application of ethics governance in this area. Question, I'm going to start my second round of discussions, and now I'm going to go from my right to the left. So just building up on the discussion you mentioned, Rohit, the global initiative, as you know, has 3 pillars that we're looking at. One is the enabling pillar, where we have normative guidance. Second is the facilitation pillar, where we want to bring networks together, communities together, and resources together. And third is the implementation. I mean, what would you think would be the role of the global initiative and its partners in disseminating all the guidance around this piece? I mean, across the 3 pillars, I mean, where do you see the fit for the work that's happening as we go forward on the ethics governance or the different domain specific areas and the gender area?
So a few things come to mind. So, and I'm not sure I'm going to answer the question perfectly. So the first thing that comes to mind is just, having worked in global health and human rights for a long time, I think that the most important thing that I think about is the need for a greater presence of civil society here. I think most areas of global health that have been successful over the last few decades have had a very strong presence of civil society. And I think that can be patient organizations, it can be non-governmental organizations that are thinking much more about the issues of power and the issues of rights, as we talked about in the last panel, and then also sort of ones that I think we don't normally associate with, but I think are playing a very important role in this place, such as journalists and in the media. And so I think that is going to be an important part, is not even sort of where you can go out to, but who you can bring into some of the work you're doing. I think a second area in terms of development of guidance, and I'm not sure I'm answering the question rightly or wrongly, I think the introduction of WIPO into this work is important. I think it also raises certain challenges. So if you think about it from a WHO perspective, intellectual property has always been an issue which the WHO has taken a particular interest in, because it ultimately becomes an issue of power. And we know intellectual property rules can often move development of technologies towards those who can pay the most. And we also know that intellectual property rules can create barriers. And we know that can occur, for instance, with access to data sets or for algorithms. And so I think one of the challenges for the WHO and for this collaboration is to ensure that we're building a knowledge-based system that ultimately benefits as many people as possible and doesn't reinforce the inequities we already see. And then I think the third area that comes to mind is there is a need to have much more of a presence of technology companies within the space. There's also a need to recognize that we are now in a period in which we are trying to divine sort of ultimately who is going to drive forward the development of these technologies. Will it ultimately be governments and societies, or will it be large technology firms? And I think one of the challenges for this initiative going forward is how to find the right balance between taking on those views and also finding ways to constrain that power so that it ultimately leads to the right outcomes.
Thanks, Roy. Yeah, I think very key points is, of course, the facilitation, bringing in the right partners there. Rigmida, over to you in terms of diagnostics and very specific use case again. Massive area of work in diagnostics, which grows across different disease areas. How can the global initiative, or how can the work ongoing be sort of connected with the global initiative, or how can the global initiative help take this work forward?
Thanks, Samir. Maybe the first sort of area where the global initiative can, there is already a lot of, how do I say, like a brain power in this room, and also convening power. I think the challenges that we've heard and seen come up again and again are primarily around 2 axes. So one is around, especially in low and middle income countries, the ecosystem, which includes capacity, which includes investments, which includes infrastructure, but essentially the ecosystem to then adopt and scale up these technologies. So what would that take? Like when we are talking about benefiting or ensuring benefits and equitable access, what does that mean, especially from the point of view of the sort of diversity of infrastructure and capacity that we see? I think the second component is around helping create and give direction in terms of both where investments should be made in terms of, let's say, articulating a global R&D agenda for AI in health, which definitely then at least gives a starting point for innovators to build towards. But then also articulating how the sort of investments in siloed siloed use cases will actually end up defeating both the technology's intent and then also the overall intent of what we mean when we say equitable access. And maybe a sub bullet to that, it would be more also, I would say, around creating a framework potentially that can help balance incentivization and with then also a sort of evaluation and representation from especially vulnerable populations in the entire sort of decision-making construct.
Thanks. That's a lot of list of things for us to do, Thomas, over the next couple of years. And I mean, again, it inspires me and it surprises me. 30 years of work, which I did not know about. So how can these global initiatives make that more popular, more known and more popular? And what can we bring to the work that you're doing so that we can disseminate it to the world, and what can the world bring to you?
Right. Thank you, Samir, for the question. So before I dwell into that, maybe I can say a few things about what has been said here already. So I think one part of the equation is, of course, the adoption and the extensive use of technology. But I think as well, it's basically trying to build up resources within these countries that allow them to continue, even if the actors retract. So I think there is to be some sort of understanding, and this is my personal opinion on this matter, of what constitutes, stuff that is brought in to solve the problem and what is actual infrastructure from the country. I will consider, for example, the data from patients, data from clinical centers are actually property of that population. And this would, if that would be the case, then you'd allow to guarantee certain continuity on the service of health if the player who is serving there at a particular moment retracts. Now, concerning the other points, so where can help, I mentioned three key areas, so the evaluation policies, the data collection and sharing policies, and the outreach practices, right? I mean, for example, in the evaluation policies, if one decides that basically you evaluate, let's say, CAD systems in one single way, this, of course, is going to drive everybody to only optimize for that, okay? And what that is, we need to be very sure on what to agree on what that is, because we have not only the goal of being useful in a global sense, but also on being demographically, in terms of demographic fair, right? And to be certain about what we are trying to do. So I would be very careful in defining, baselines on the evaluation policies that do not account for this multi-goal perspective, which is to serve a population. In terms of data collection, one of the biggest problems we have in research today is really the transfer of data between institutions. Only at EDAP, and we only have like 20 different research groups. We have 2 full-time lawyers that basically, they only handle legal problems between institutions on how to transfer data, how to move data at EDAP so that we can do research, and out of EDAP so that others can benefit from the data that is generated at EDAP. So I think having some sort of global recommendation on how to handle data exchange, not only from the technical perspective, but also from a legal perspective, would be very helpful, okay? So this means that if a certain country or a certain institution follows that particular set of policies, then data exchange is easier, okay? And the third part is, of course, the outreach is finding the right people to implement the right solutions, right? And to contribute or to build together such solutions. This is super difficult to find. Sometimes these people are isolated, they have problems they don't even know. So there comes the fact as well that people are very often, this was mentioned here several times, not very literate about what they can actually do and what they can get out of their own data.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Andy. These are very, very clear asks, and I think it's a good direction for the global initiative to start thinking about in terms of the data sharing policies, the templates for data sharing for governments, as well as the outreach. So how can the research be delivered to the people? I think that's the outreach and the massive approach that we want to take to the ground. And then your point about the benchmarking or the principles for specific solutions need to be clearly outlined and thoughtfully outlined is a very good ask for us. So we have 3 good products to work through the enabling function. Dr. Pradeep, I mean, you worked in the country and now you're sitting on the policy side. How do you see the global initiative can help the countries really deliver on the ground? I mean, do you see the gap between supply and demand still exists, and can that be bridged? Or what are the other ways that the global initiative can bring for the countries?
Right. Thank you, Sami. In fact, regarding gaps and other things, I would simply say that when it comes to traditional medicine, more importance needs to be given to orientation. Like, for example, even for me, this is the first time that I'm getting an opportunity to interact in such forum of technologists and experts in this area. So being from WHO, our main job is to do the hand-holding when it comes to the member states in augmenting their capacity. So once we are oriented, then only we can bring the things into the policy perspective. And I'm thankful to this forum that you said the 3-pronged approach of global initiative regarding enabling, regarding providing the platform for networking, and then it comes to implementation or policy making. So by virtue of this focused group on traditional medicine, well, we are already under your guidance, we are working on this draft policy for traditional medicine, which will take care of the ethics and related dimensions related to use of artificial intelligence in traditional medicine and traditional knowledge per se. So once this is in place, I think then it comes to the then it's a prerogative of the WHO, the TCI unit, to convert it into the form of a policy. And fortunately, this is the appropriate time when we are already working on the new strategy for the next decade. Probably this can take, this can be given appropriate importance in that strategy document. And moreover, as has been said recently, data interoperability is a big challenge when it comes to healthcare, and it is even a bigger challenge when it comes to traditional medicine-related records. So probably augmentation of technology and adoption of AI and embracing of AI tools will help in better data interoperability. Apart from this, integration is the mainstay. We may like it or we may not like it. At ground level, the integration is indeed happening. If somebody is suffering from some disease and is being prescribed one system of medicine, and if he or she comes to know that the other system of medicine or any traditional medicine has some utility or some importance in that, maybe I'm almost sure as a physician, I have seen that they will not wait for your physician's directive and would start integrating at their own. So what I mean to say that integration is the need of the hour, and we are trying to come up with a policy for integration regarding traditional medicine as well as the conventional systems of medicine, and the bridge can be AI only. Bridge can be technology only. When we are able to support the data regarding evidence, safety, and efficacy, as Rohit ji has just pointed out, it is equally applicable when it comes to clinical trials and clinical research, as in conventional system of medicine or pharmaceutical drugs. It is equally applicable in case of traditional medicine interventions and even non-pharmaceutical interventions also. So once we are able to generate the data, extrapolate the data, and share the data, then only we can win the confidence of the other category of experts in the healthcare sector. So integration is again something which is dependent on technology, and not only this, I would not hesitate in saying that standardization forms the mainstay for integration. So unless we are able to standardize the technology, the terminology, in terms of therapeutics, prevention, and diagnostics, both in traditional medicine as well as the conventional systems of medicine, integration will not happen. And unless integration happens, we would never be able to achieve the universal healthcare objective of WHO. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Pradeep. I think you pointed out, and this is something that we want to see in the global initiative, is the technical teams and technical areas of work merging into making AI ecosystem as part of the ongoing work. And I think that's something that the global initiative will have to function on. Dr. Mariam, I mean, you guys have done so much work in CACS. I was again inspired to see so much research going in itself. How can the global initiative bring value to this work which is ongoing? And what can sort of the global initiative get back, or the global community get back from the work you're doing?
Thank you, Samir. So first of all, let's agree that AI is a new technology that we are still trying to understand and comprehend, and trying to identify the different effect that it has in our lives. So although we have seen towards the end of last year the rise of ChatGPT and GPT 3.5 and GPT-4, and people are starting to utilize these kind of technologies in different applications. Now we can assume or say that we have a full comprehension in terms of how would that affect our societies, the way we conduct our business, our life, and so on. But we will not fully understand that unless we experiment and as time pass by. So working on the R&D sector or research, development, and innovation, we face similar kinds of challenges when it comes to AI. So for example, accountability. So if we, for example, employ a specific AI solution within healthcare and it results in wrong decision or patient dying, who's accountable? Is it the AI, the person who wrote the algorithm? Is it the person supervising? Who's basically accountable on that? So we still lack the regulatory framework or the legal framework that actually can pin down the accountability when it comes to AI failing in a particular example or situation. Another important element is, which was mentioned by my colleagues here, is the data sharing element. So AI relies on large data sets. So each organization or each country on its own house a huge number of data, but when it comes to sharing, this comes as one of the main obstacles. So what are the new or innovative solutions in order to allow the sharing of the essence of the data without leaking the security and the privacy of the patient information, for example? So this is an important aspect that we need to consider within the global initiative in terms of how best to share data in a secure and a way that maintain the privacy of the users or the patients. The final point that I want to end with is the importance of global collaboration. In Saudi Arabia, for example, we have similar initiatives that has proven successful. It would be nice to see how we can actually deploy it in a different country, in a different context, and then learn and share the learnings and the experiences, the successes and the failures with other nations, and vice versa. So if a solution that was deployed, for example, here in Europe, we could actually export that and test it within Saudi Arabia or within the MENA region, it would be much more impactful in terms of sharing these kind of success, learnings, and failures as well when we develop and understand the technology more. Thank you, Samir.
Thanks, Dr. Mariam. I think the three pinpoint points that you mentioned, which have been, and I think you spoke for all the member states in principle, accountability of the regulations, infrastructure, the data sharing, and the collaboration. I think if all of them can just adapt to these three principles, I think we have done our job today. So that's very useful, and thank you so much. Andrew, you mentioned about collaborations at the beginning, right, at the beginning of your talk, and you've been working on this space. What can the global initiative should be focused on primarily on this term?
Okay, let's think about this. We're already operating in a very highly inequitable world where we don't have level playing fields. We only have to look at what's happened in the pandemic in terms of access to interventions, in terms of resources into health research. I came into global health like 20 years ago on the pricing of HIV drugs in South Africa, the South African Competition Commission. And it's been sort of traditional that there's delays in access, equitable access. So my first sort of thinking is we don't want 10+ year delays for access to interventions that come out and innovations that come out of this. My second thought is, we're becoming experts at this. I'm not really that much of an expert at AI in health. I come to lots of these meetings, and we become gradually. But to many people out there, these are just black boxes. The results are black boxes, and they're expected to respond to these things. And we've discovered in conversations over the last few days that these results of these black boxes are not often the end result, actually. they have to find their way into decision-making processes. So they have to go into complicated health systems, and they've got local socioeconomic conditions. And we've learnt that the model has to reflect all that information, but it also has to adapt to it. So the solutions have to be local, context, sensitive to local context. And it's not just health. As we discovered from one of the speakers, I'm trying to quickly look earlier today, we've got to be thinking One Health, planetary health, all the other aspects of human development and health. Now it's black box, it has to be developed and become more context sensitive, but we're also living in a world where there's been a collapse of trust, actually, and we've had a lot of discussion about trust over the last few days. And in our conversations this morning with the COVID-19 Clinical Research Coalition, we were talking about the agonizing difficulties of getting advice that comes out of an amazing coalition to get it acted into policy, actually, and the sort of antagonism that sometimes there can be between science and policymakers. And the policymakers are kind of living in these bubbles, and they're part of a big process that they find it difficult to change. And one of our jobs is to try and change that. I've also sort of made a few notes in my head over the last few days. We're tending to lump cases and user cases together, actually, and they're actually quite different. And they're also different in the way in which they impact trust. So I'm thinking, for example, drug discovery. Drug discovery, I think there was something the other day about malaria drugs that are being discovered from natural products libraries using AI for health. And we can sort of produce a paper and we can show how that generated that result, and maybe to some degree how we should trust it. We've been doing stuff on supply chains, pandemic product delivery, how to work in in fragile states. We're working on a project on access to antibiotics and realizing that we need local intelligence built into it. So these have different degrees of trust and concerns of people. And then you might get to something else, which is, oh, this is a symptom thing or a diagnosis that you will then use to get a treatment. And then, I don't know, trust seems to vary across the different settings. And I think one of the things that the initiative has done is it's created some incredible platform technologies, actually, the regulation, the benchmarking, the ethics. I did some work on planetary health. I was called in to help with a chapter on planetary health ethics for the Planetary Health Alliance. Don't normally dabble in that sort of stuff, actually. I'm an economist, but I got involved in it, and I realized at the end of the process, actually, that this ethical framework, which was a late chapter in the book, should have been at the start, actually. And one of the reflections, and one of the things I learned, because I'm always learning new things, is that the ethics helps guide resources. It's, I'm an economist, you think cost benefit and all this, but sometimes you can't kind of know that, and the ethics helps to do that. So, but I note, or I'm thinking that there's some big sort of funding implications to this that are tied to all of that coming up, actually. And I don't think there's going to be a big pot of funds for any of this. So, but this is okay. It makes you think creatively about how you pay for this and how it's funded and how it works into health systems. We're doing some work on the antibiotics, and we started working on it, and then we were told, oh, but there's not going to be a global fund for antibiotic access. And it's like, freak out, because it was supposed to have a Gavi fund or but after a week or two of working on the problem, I'm thinking, well, maybe the fact there isn't a global fund there is kind of forcing us to think really creatively, and especially creatively of resources that we don't always spot. We always think of money and finances, and I was thinking earlier when I showed the slide in my presentation and how it was $1.50 income, 50% of a particular country. We've been working with colleagues in very low income settings, and I'm increasingly calling them low income settings, because they're not necessarily low resource settings, actually, because there are phenomenal resources, actually. Africa's population is very young, is smart, intelligent, innovative, entrepreneurial, very active. They desperately want to get involved in these spaces and be involved in solutions and improve their societies. So, one of the things that I think that we need to be thinking about is how to be really creative in terms of resources, creative in boosting skill sets and young populations. I do think there are some gaps in our thinking. I mean, I've hammered away a little bit at regulatory gaps and impact assessment issues and proper cost effectiveness analysis, which I think is another thing that's coming up, because policymakers, you know, we will get into a situation where we're suggesting solutions and policymakers will say, well, all our other solutions have to go through an evaluation. In the UK, we have NICE, for example, National Institute for Clinical Excellence, and they will move to wanting these to be evaluated. And these are different from drugs and vaccines. A lot of these technologies, actually, the efficacy changes over time, they interact with each other. There's quite an interesting cost effectiveness evaluation thing, and it's a blockage coming up unless we, you know, put the capacity in place to deal with that. And I mentioned earlier in low income settings that I work with, that they often say, oh, this is another thing we've got to do on our, so we've got to be thinking, how do we make it that they don't go, oh, it's another thing we've got to do on our long list of things to do.
Thanks, Andrew. No, that's a very great point. I was getting worried that no one is talking about finances on this panel. They were like, I'm like, which one I'm setting about? That's an important point. I know Shada has a comment, but before I go to Shada, I'm going to ask all the panelists to be prepared for one thing, a challenge that I want to put before, and then that will give time. Shada's point will give you time to think. I am proposing that next year we come back with the same panel, same time to this forum, and we discuss what have we achieved in 1 year. So I would like you to think about one or two things that we want to achieve tangibly from now to next year through this global initiative in your area of work, that we come back and say we have achieved or we have not achieved next year. And that's my challenge, to give you food for thought. Rashada, please.
Thank you very much, Manos. Thank you very much, Samir. Just sitting here listening to all of you, and I hope that you can hear me well. I can see that there is a big elephant in the room that maybe I would like to highlight here and maybe ask the question that could lead to an answer to your question and related to it. Rigveda and Mariam and also Andrea had set the expectations very high. So thank you very much for doing that, for the global initiative, for the rebirth of the focus group. But Rohit and Andrew specifically have highlighted challenges that actually can create, obviously create challenges and obstacles for us to move forward, but they are very realistic, and I think they need to be considered early on. Now, I have a question about prioritization, and I think there is a lot of pressure on WHO and ITU and WIPO now to make sure that this is fair, inclusive. I love Andrea's comment about how can we be inclusive to make sure that not all those who are, have the money and resources to work on particular projects that will be leading, the way, and communities that are not represented or, not included in that particular formula will be neglected. And I like, what I'm always fond of Andrew's perspective about bringing voices of those communities that don't have a voice. And so they always bring that, Andrew, but you mentioned the finances that, most research institutes are focused or led by, grants that can shape or prioritize within a region. But every one of you came today with a sector or priorities that are particular to your institute and your region and your country. How can WHO prioritize what the global initiative is going to lead, but at the same time, not to neglect communities that normally don't have a voice? And I'll just give an example here. When we mentioned, disabled community, when it comes to ethics use of AI, very, very specific community, but completely neglected in the guidance because we're prioritizing. But we need to make sure that we're inclusive. Yet we don't guide research to particular areas that will bring money in the future. And I think Pradeep comes from a country to a global, and I think he sees those challenges in prioritization. So I'll leave you with that. I don't know who can answer that question, and I'll hand it back to Samir. Thank you.
Thanks, Shana. No, I think you added a qualifier to it. Is prioritize achievement for the next year or so. Before I go, I do want to give a chance to the audience if there's any single one or two questions, burning questions that someone wants to raise. Yeah, Nancy first, and then Luis.
Great, thanks so much, Samir. I just wanted to react to the comment about WIPO and our participation in the initiative and the possible challenges, I guess, that there's a consideration that it may cause. I really want to reiterate that the initiative chimes with our vision to really help create a world where innovation from everywhere is supported by IP for the good of everyone. And we're really doing a lot of work through our programs to tap into the entrepreneurial energy of underrepresented groups such as women and youth. And I think it's just, I want to really focus on the fact that IP often becomes a very political football, and COVID-19 really highlighted that point once again. Often IP is considered to be the only determinant of access to health when there are many other factors that come into play, whether that's issues around supply chains or health system challenges. I think our role in this initiative is really to bring in a more nuanced view and understanding of intellectual property and how it can be managed to achieve policy goals that involve public health. And I think a lot of the work that we're already doing at WIPO connects to this, and that's looking at things like voluntary licensing and technology transfer from the public health perspective. That's also looking at issues around compulsory licensing, also looking at aspects around exceptions and limitations to IP, as well as, what do you do with IP that's created through public funding? How should that be managed when there's a greater public good that needs to be reflected? And I think, the IP system does provide that flexibility to be able to tailor and respond to policy needs of particular member states. So I think I just really want to emphasize that we're here to support and provide that technical support and assistance. We don't come with an agenda. We don't consider IP to be a monolith, and I think that we are really looking forward to having more conversations going forward.
If I could just offer a clarifying comment. My comment wasn't actually about WIPO. My comment was bringing intellectual property into the discussions, and from a WHO perspective, what that brings up. So yeah, I wasn't making any editorial comment, just simply that for the WHO, intellectual property has often carried a very particular salience because of the challenges it's brought for access to healthcare, as Andrew noted, for instance, with AIDS drugs from 20 years ago.
Thanks, Will. And I think that was the intention of bringing WIPO, as we discussed, is to demystify the myths and sort of solve and help facilitate.
Samir,
same point? Yeah.
Maybe respond to that. I have to say that solving these IP-related problems is very important because we want to get real with what we're doing here. And there needs to be a way to not ask people for money that don't have money. I like the low income setting, actually much better than the low resource setting. I'll change my speech for tomorrow to that, by the way, just now. And where people have money available, then they should also be asked to spend it for their health, because the research and the development needs to be also sustainable. So having a model like that makes it work is so important, and I'm glad to have WIPO on board, because I think we need to work out the good sides of the IP system and make it work for everybody.
I know Luis had a comment, so last one.
Yeah, to your question, maybe, Samir, because you were proposing this nice idea, and what is today, July 5th, 2024, we reconvene and see what's happened. And to give like a constructive maybe input to this question also that Shada posed, how can we make this table inclusive? I feel like often this hot potato about clarity, what is important, is passed to WHO, and I realize like life is messy. It's not that simple. So it's not to put pressure on WHO, but I do feel like you have an editorial role to play in giving these priorities, because people look for them, and they need an answer. And I guess you are at least on the need side, you are probably the best equipped to provide at least a tentative one, right? So if we come back regularly, right, and there's this committee to say, these are priorities at the moment that need solving, that are amenable to ML, I think that would be a real good contribution to make sure that, yeah, the energy and resources are invested also on these things. Yeah.
But I have to say that there are so many things that are on the list of things that we have to do. All the health demands that we see, but also IT demands. For instance, we just discussed, we all think federated learning is the source to a problem, but actually I could write you a federated learning client that goes into your database and takes all your health data, and the output is all your health data. How do we make sure that this federated client isn't stealing data? So we need challenges that come from the demands that we need to make this work. So challenges will be a new important thing of the global initiative, and having that name is a good thing. Then people take challenges seriously.
Like that. So challenging is, yes, Andrew, please.
Can I just make a comment on a couple of the things that were said from there? You know, as we've worked away, we've realised that we're, you know, local innovation is a really important part of the solution, actually, because this space works differently from other technological spaces. We also know that the innovation, if we put that at the heart of our thinking, we get local adaptation, we improve the voice, the power, the credit that people get for what they've done. You know, I work in a research environment. We've had long discussions about who gets credit for the results of our research, and that improves ownership, and that all improves chances of success. If it's I'm kind of uncomfortable with notions like global initiative, when actually a lot of the successes are actually achieved on the local. And on the priority setting, one of the reasons I think that we haven't perhaps set priorities because we don't really have we don't know what the costs are, and we're not creating a great evaluation mechanisms. We heard earlier today that to validate one tool was $500,000, and the thought went through my head is you've done these slides and you say the budget's 5 or 10. That's half of, you know, a couple of those is a tenth of your budget in a year. So somehow there has to be some priority setting, and I would suggest that it could be an exercise. I would notice going through some of the other, listening to other talks, you know, somebody is telling you that if you use a particular piece of AI, it will speed access to a woman to more appropriate care that will prevent death, whatever. And you think there must be some way of, you know, evaluating that and working out what the cost effectiveness, and then you can start to, like you do with global priorities, start working out which are the low-hanging fruits, what are the things you really go for first and which might leave for a bit later. We sort of got, it's great, we've got everything there, but there isn't a sense that these are the low-hanging fruits. And then there's a sense that maybe some settings, you know, you'll have problems with this, I guess, but maybe there are some countries or some settings where there's a lower hanging fruit than somewhere else, etc. This focus on a few successes, and I'm also thinking in order to improve the trust of society, and not many of the things that we've seen have actually been interventions that are being used. They've been relatively few and far between across all the talks. So if we can start showing that some of these interventions have impact, and this is the amount, and it becomes a sort of a snowballing effect. So priority setting is linked to a snowballing success story, as it were.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm not going to leave you off the hook. My question still stands. What would you come back in 1 year's time and say we want to achieve and involve tangible, realistic, prioritized product?
Prioritized. Okay. Well, I think it would be quite, I mean, Thomas mentioned a few challenges. I mean, if we could, between now and next year, set up some kind of challenge event environment where we get people to submit their sort of the things, the tackle, the areas they want to submit to a challenge, and maybe encourage others to submit their data sets, because everything is, you know, heavily dependent on data, et cetera, and maybe we can just trigger a few. And just that experiment, it's like an experiment, reveals information about what how people prioritize. And if we can also maybe in the next year, there are some fantastic groups, really fantastic groups. We're working with like Bilger Africa and Yadwani and so on, whether we could sort of engage them a little bit more because they're seed funding projects, whether there could be a few bits of evidence of funding going into some of the things that we've talked about through some kind of mechanism.
So I've taken note. I'm taking notes here. I'll save this document. We will engage with new groups who are working on AI by next year and come back and report on that. That's working with Andrew and his team.
Okay.
This is an open statement. No pressure. Dr. Mariam.
No problem.
I kind of agree with the the comments that was mentioned earlier. I think in 1 year time, one of the important elements that I hope that we actually achieve is sort of harnessing the knowledge of the crowd and starting some sort of programs and initiatives that can actually identify the key challenges in each community or in each society and sort of do a crowd sourcing kind of activity in order to identify which challenges are more common across different societies. Because I believe although the local context is important, if we look deeper, we will find a lot of similarities across different nations, different communities in terms of the priority areas that we need to focus on. Another point is some sort of like a framework or a guidelines to facilitate the data sharing across these communities, because without having a proper secure way to share the data, we won't be able actually to deploy these kind of AI solutions in different contexts and in different communities and societies.
Thank you so much. I've got 2 notes here. So one is trying to replicate a program that's already existing or where we have evidence in other context setting in another country. And the third one was on facilitating guidance for data sharing. So I'm taking notes of this and we all have to come back as a group and report in next year to achieve. And Pradeep, if you have anything to add to that list.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. The most tangible outcome, which I can promise on my behalf, is that I'll continue to groom myself in this technology so that I'm able to better communicate with the member states and, trying to, orient them for usage of AI with respect to traditional medicine. Another tangible thing which definitely we look forward to is that usage of international classification of disease, mortality and morbidity coding for traditional medicine for most of the prevalent traditional systems of medicine across the globe. So we will try to orient the member states to use this technology, to use this ICD coding. And definitely we would look forward to include this in the new traditional medicine strategy that the member states should give due importance to the incorporation of artificial intelligence and technology per se in terms of documentation, data processing, and of course, evidence generation in traditional systems of medicine. Thank you.
I got that. So in the next year when we have the strategy for traditional medicine, we'll have a reference to AI in that one. And we will keep you as an AI expert by next year. And
right, I think I would just follow up on what Andrew said, and I think I was also quite impressed by that use case where they had this mobile application for pregnant women and would allow them to go faster to the right service a little bit faster. So I think it would be quite challenging to see more of those. I mean, how many concrete use cases were you able to set up that follow precisely your recommendations? The second thing is there are many dimensions to this. Andrew mentioned cost, but I would also say how many people were you able to serve, right, with this effort? And maybe from the technical side, a little bit talking about research and academic research again, I think you have an initiative on open code. How much code out of that are you actually able to catalog and make available to other parties around the world? And likewise, I would also try to implement something alongside what has been said already on data, right? How much data have you been able to collect? And how much of that data has been used to train real models that are deployed to real people?
Amazing. We've got KPIs for delivery. 3 KPIs, not 4 KPIs. Use cases, following guidance, number of people served, and number of code available. That's very interesting. I never heard that kind of a KPI before, which is very interesting. Rigveda.
So one, I think what we can definitely contribute, and that builds on our existing work to understand why people seek care, what sources of information do they trust, and how that links to the overall screening and diagnostic service delivery. So building on that, what we can then help do is, at least from a diagnostic standpoint, support the prioritization, needs identification, especially from the perspective of partners in low and middle income countries. I think it's more a contributory role, because I think truly it needs to be done by the convening organizations. So that's one. And I think second, maybe some of you are aware of this concept of valleys of death, which essentially is about, from innovation to introduction to impact for technology. So some of the things that we've been talking about, both from an innovator perspective, but also from end users and ministries of health perspective, speaks to those valleys of death and what are the barriers to really impact. So again, from a diagnostic standpoint, we can contribute to an understanding of those.
Thank you. I think the diagnostic work stream is very critical, and a full pathway to that is important. And it also chips into the discussion that we had in the last 2 days around the innovation factory being an instrument for this global initiative to sort of foster innovation as we go forward. So I've already got 10 in there. So Rohit, just one more. Don't give us 2 more.
I'm going to give a couple, but one I'm going to steal from yesterday, which I think you brought up, Thomas, which was just to have checklists that are much more useful for designers, for providers, and I guess arguably for patients. It's easy for us to convert the ethics guidelines into guidance for governments and regulators, but again, I think there's a big step missing. A second is, the AI is being taken over by a culture of secrecy and more broadly, and we're seeing that with large language models and in other places. So I think for this group to demonstrate what a culture of transparency looks like through some of the applications that are being developed as an illustration, and not just simply through rules. And then to pick up on Shada's point, I think what was interesting with all the focus groups was defining by different diseases, but we know disease or disability is sort of, for people who are really very much at the margins in terms of their rights. And I think being able to flesh out more what rights are at risk. So it's very easy for us. It's a truism now that data can be biased, that algorithms can be biased, but we seem not to be focusing as much on ones who are applying them into different countries and health systems, in terms of the individuals that traditionally have always faced a range of rights violations and stigma and marginalization, and what that means in practice then at the end user level. So.
Thanks, Rohit. No, you pointed in the checklist, I think the practical tools, and in the glass box AI. I used to call it a white box, but then people told me that even you can't see through a white box. It's all the same thing. So it's a glass box AI. I'm using the term now.
Samir, do you mind if I can make a comment about what I would expect for next year? I would really like to see the impact of the regulatory considerations in artificial intelligence, application, online course, workshops, and see how that really helped engage regulators more and developers in having this common established conversation, so they're ready, whatever challenges you bring on board.
Thanks, Shana. I was not going to open up because the list is growing and we need to stop at some stage. But thank you so much, everyone. We will keep this as an open list for us to discuss. These are great pointers for how practically the global initiative can support the work. I really want to thank the panel for sitting 14 minutes over and with no sleepy eyes still in the room. So that's a good sign. But thank you so much for all your valid inputs. I will have these notes, and we'll make sure that next year agendas has a panel similar to this coming back and reporting on it. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. So, Thomas, do you want to say the closing words and announce the closed workshop, or anything fun that you want to say here?
Well, thank you all for being here.
Speaker, microphone.
Yeah, no. Thank you all for being here. It was another amazing day. And after today, I even have a better feeling than this morning. And let's keep it going that way. And because I have to say that all that enthusiasm that is there, if we map it into real outcomes, and my experience has been, and I think many of us have seen this, all the details matter. We can all give big speeches, I'll try one tomorrow, but at the end of the day, that's just one thing. But the details that we bring together, like the code works, no bugs. The regulation paper makes sense, and we make it the course, and we have also a checklist so that a programmer reads the big paper and then say, okay, so what do I do now, right? This is where I think we can really make a difference. And in this way, we may be even with different groups than others. And I believe, and this is where I believe in, we actually improve things a bit. And bit by bit by bit. Everything, yes.
Thank you so much. Just to remind everyone, we will actually have the ceremony tomorrow in the evening, fingers crossed. So anyone who's here, please do join in CICG main room. I'm looking at Simao for the signing and the ribbon cutting ceremony.
It's like,
but more importantly, I think you guys are all the ambassadors for this global initiative, and so please do carry the word forward. We need to build this community bigger in terms of expertise, resources, and funding. So please do talk to that also, so that we can deliver on the ground. So, Simao, anything else from your side?
No, just to say that it was an amazing event. Thank you very much to have this wrap-up event today. It was very good to have this checkpoint and launching on the launching board for the next phase. And I think we have good pointers and a lot of energy to go forward. So thank you very much for coming here. It was a pleasure to have hosted during these 3 days. ITU as host, and I also have hosted the work of the focus group for the last 5 years. So looking forward to the next 5. Thank you.